What? You want to hear? You want to hear how the sound is?
Yeah, it's okay. Thank you.
Ég að bíða og bíða og bíða og bíða eftir þér, karl fjandi með gamla og görótta ljáin. En eitt víst, og það skal sannast á mér, að þú þarft að brýna og brýna og brýna vel, því seig eru elstu stráin.
Very interesting. Sound check.
It is something like this. I'm waiting and waiting and waiting for you, the guy, the death with the sieve, you know, this. But one thing is clear, that you have to sharpen your sieve and sharpen and sharpen and sharpen it well, because the old straw, they are tough. Good morning. Everything under control?
Yes.
Yes. That's good. It was an interesting scene when we were making the exhibition in Holderbank in '92. That was one of the first big exhibitions we made together. And then came a crew from one of the bigger German TV stations, and the director was a young girl, one of her first bigger projects. She was a director or curator in the art department for this TV station. And it was very bad luck for her that her first real thing where she was in charge, that she landed on Dieter to and it was she had no control of what then happened, and could not steer him into getting from him what she wanted, what they came for. And it ended so that that is when I left. I could not stand it any longer. Then Dieter had the camera and was interviewing the crew. The whole thing turned around. And what are you doing here? Why are you doing this? And they tell me.
And they used the material then?
I don't know if they used it for a program, but you have few scenes from that Edith Youth, when she made the documentary film, she was able to get some of that material. And a similar thing happened then when we made the next big exhibition, which was in Vienna, in Wiener Secession in '95. Then Dieter demanded that Kurt Kalb, the gallerist, would be with him for an interview for the Austrian TV. And the day before, Kurt, he had got a medal from the mayor of Vienna, you know, as a citizen of honor, since he was always, you know, he was responsible for remaking old restaurants in the first district in Vienna, like Oswald and Kalb, that restaurant, and Salzgries, which was in Tuchlauben Street, and he was supporting Aldwin and helped building up Café Engländer, and so he got this honor, and the day after he was with Dieter having an interview, and he had this medal here in his and then Dieter started to speak with him about, you know, how lovely it had been in the old days when they were going to prostitutes and running around drinking. and it ended so that this tape was locked in a safe, never shown, you know, but and they could not throw it away, but it was in a security room at the TV station.
That's why you have a safe up there in
Yes, right. Yeah, with all this material which nobody should listen to.
So we will see what you do with our material in the end. Yeah, the reason why we are talking is the relationship between Dieter Roth and music. It's not so often talked about yet and discussed in his work, and so we are very interested to get some information from you about his relationship, and already in his early biography. And
it is quite interesting. I think it is in the documentary film my nephew Hilmar made on Dieter, when he is interviewing Wolfgang, Dieter's brother. Wolfgang is telling the story about when Dieter is something like 6 years old in Hanover and disappears and is lost and nobody knows where he is. So, and then he comes back home in the evening or late afternoon. And then what he did was that alone, 6 years old, he went to a classical music concert, took the tram, and as it sounds, that nobody knew about his interest of music, but already that young, he disappeared for a day to go to a concert hall in Hanover. And you know, it was with Dieter that he was very early. He was, you know, he was among other things, he was supposed to go to, because of his intelligence already that young, he was supposed to go to Hitlerjugend and taken to a special school. You know, there were kids collected which were special in some way, that should go to a special Nazi school. And partly that was a reason why it was not only the bombing of Hanover, which the Allies started really, the industrial cities of Germany, in the 40s, they really started to bomb them heavily. And it was not only that why he and his brother were sent to Switzerland, but also to get Dieter away from this special Nazi school. And so his parents, they were somehow getting him away from that. Then in our archive in Hamburg, there are letters he is writing to his parents when he is in Zurich. And then he is 13, 14 years old. And it is very interesting because it is like a grown-up person writing it. Many pages, accurate handwriting. And then he is telling about them about his experience with music, how delightful he finds it, and his foster parents, or he ended up in the story you probably know, that in a guest house which was full of artists which had fled the Nazis. So there were musicians and visual artists and actors. And this guest house was full of only these people. And he was the only kid there. And they did, I think this is a really important time in his life, because they did teach him, And there he took piano lessons, and then there were painters there which gave him watercolors and paper, and there were philosophers which were recommending books he should read, and so he was reading philosophy, and then 13, 14 years old, and doing all this heavy, in a way heavy school from these people which had to leave Germany because of the Nazis. And I think that was that he really went heavily into classical music. And he writes about that in these letters, he was on this concert, and is describing it to his father, the music he was listening to.
In this film you mentioned, he says himself in an interview that at that time he liked to draw girls and conductors.
Oh yes.
So he must have been impressed by the conductors as well. And it's a kind of a community of artists of different kinds, musicians, theater, philosophy, visual arts, and I think that, and he in between all those, influenced from all sides and starting to do everything a little bit, imitating them or playing to be an artist, or.
Yes, it is. They were teaching him, and they did not have much to do anyway. And they had this boy around, and Dieter was extremely intelligent, very fast, and a fast thinker, and 43, they are sent to Switzerland. The war is over 45. I think it is 46 or 7 that his father gets out of the Russian prison and then comes to Switzerland, and then the family gathers together. I think it could be that 17 or 18, and both Wolfgang, his brother, and him, they, in a way, did not feel like getting back to their parents. They felt well where they were. Wolfgang, his brother, was by a butcher, and so they were. Wolfgang went to a butcher, and Dieter went into this artists world, community, and but they were very similar. For instance, Wolfgang became Swiss champion in skinning rabbit. He could do it faster. There was competition in skinning animals. And he could skin rabbit faster than anybody else. So they were always, they were really, they were in a way maniacs, and they went far. And like his brother Wolfgang, he had this Rüste company, which became extremely big, and they were both heavy workaholics. And I remember the day of Wolfgang. His day started at 5 o'clock in the morning, and throughout his life he worked from something like nearly 20 hours a day. Slept 4, and it was in a way same with Dieter, And they were around 20 when Wolfgang said to Dieter, if I would have your talents, then I would already be world famous.
Modestly.
Yeah.
And can you tell us something how Dieter what he played as instruments, and
that is.
Could he play?
It was very strange that in my time he was like anti-playing since the time I was with him, and but I heard that he was known for playing different things before. For instance, he was like this jazz band. He was in Switzerland. He was playing the trumpet, and the story says, and I think actually Dieter himself told me that. So they were playing jazz. They were in his band, and then some American trumpet player, jazzist, came with his band. I don't remember who it was, but one of the bigger American names, made concerts in Switzerland somewhere. And
was it Baker?
Baker, could be Chet Baker. And then Dieter stopped and never played the trumpet again. And I think this was typical of him, that when he felt he was so far away from mastering the instrument that he just gave it up from one day to another. And I think that is somehow. I think it is not necessarily related to his visual arts, this how he went from constructive things into this more messy stuff. I think that was a different reasons than his anti-playing, his anti-music somehow. And
Why?
What?
Why is it different for you?
I think was because he would need much more, he would need such a big effort to master the music and instruments. And in a way I feel like this, you know, I myself, when I was a youngster until I was 20, I had rock bands. I was playing a lot of music. But then at one point I decided to leave it, you know, and concentrate on visual arts, you know,
But you leave it by the same reason than Dieter leaves the playing?
I imagine because it was such a terrible effort, you know, when you are, you know, being a musician, it is not easy.
Yeah,
It is hard work every day.
Yeah, and it eats up your energies and time, and but. Even though you then start to make some kind of experimental music or whatever, you know, there is something missing. You know, it is, yeah, simply when you cannot really master it, you know, and you cannot do exactly what comes to your mind, you know, and of course it's always fun to run around and scream and play the guitar a little bit and do fun, you know, but I think also that he found this way, especially after he met the Austrians, the Austrian actionists, and they started with this Selten gehörte Gespräche. You know, then he found a way again how, you know, to get into the music again, you know. And but before that, since I was a kid, and then he had stopped playing, and until Selten gehörte Gespräche, I think that was, he did not do any music at all. He just did listen to music. And for instance, that when he came to Iceland, following my mother from Copenhagen, he met her there, and following her here. That was, he had a roll with his designs, examples of his work, a lamp, you know, these Luxor lamps which are everywhere where he was, a typewriter, and records. That was everything and he didn't have any clothes except what he was wearing. And this is what he was traveling with, and then it was mostly jazz and bebop, which was not for everybody. And this was music which Icelanders then were not listening to at all, you know, bebop jazz. So, and he had this, he had a lot of records of Theodolis Monk, which is some kind of a bebop, but also very melancholic. And Theodolis Monk has this strange way of playing also. He's always like offbeat. It sounds like he's going, you don't know where he's going, and then he drops in the takt again, you know. But very sensitive playing, and it's somehow very much like Dieter's character, how Theodulus Monk plays the piano, you know, going off and then coming in again, and these two sides, this tough bebop and these soft melodies, you know. So at that time, Theodulus was his favorite.
And you mentioned that this music has often a very melancholic character. Can you see also this character in Dieter's music? This melancholy, this maybe from other reasons. I mean, looking for.
You see, you hear it in for instance, in his late piano playing, and it's interesting, you know, that the records we have, the last year he lived, when he played on this Bösendorfer there. It's extremely melancholic, and that is at the same time he is doing these flower pieces, you know, these oil pen drawings of flower pots. So I think that apart from making the solo scenes, you know, filming himself dying and filming himself playing the piano, he was nearly only making flower drawings and playing this very melancholic music, you know. So Uwe Lohrer, our friend in Stuttgart, graphic designer there, which was the best friend of Dieter when he lived in Stuttgart mostly in the late 70s. And he was printing a lot of these books with Hansjörg Mayer. And Uwe came for a visit to Basel and was looking at, and then nearly every table in the studio in St. Johann Forstad was full of these flower pieces. Dieter was constantly making flower drawings, and who was asking, you know, why are you doing this? You know, it was very often that people were surprised what Dieter started to do. You know, why don't you do this beautiful thing you did last year? You know, what is now going on? And Dieter said, looked at him, you know, and then smiled and said, "I want to beat Cézanne."
That's very interesting, because in his music we have the impression that he often tries to play like classical music. I think he heard a lot, you can tell us about that, but it was not the idea of finding a new sound in kind of neue Musik or avant-garde. It's like the memory of other music he likes. He admires all the traditional classical music, and in the visual art not so much. But that's a nice example you tell us, with trying to be like Cézanne.
Yeah. Yeah. But as I say, you know, I think he was very, very much aware of that in the music he could not beat anybody, you know, any of his admirers. And he had a chance in visual arts, you know. But it was interesting that it was with music that he was capable of listening to every music. And folk music, and the most boring yodeling in Switzerland. He often took me. We often went when we were driving between cities in Switzerland. He always wanted to go off the autobahn. Let's go to this village. There's a village here, and there is a restaurant, and they have good music. And then we went there and stopped and had a glass of wine, and then we heard this Juli, and he was listening and crying, And it was my son Einar, my youngest son Einar. He was having piano lessons for some years here in the music school here in this village. And once a month, the students, they made concerts for, and parents were invited. And these concerts always started with beginners and ended with and once Dieter came. And I told him about this, and this was very typical gathering together, which Dieter did avoid always, these kinds of things. But it was just starting, and then I saw that he came quietly in and sat in the back row, and then it was very... Hi.
Hei. Það skúltúr.
Já. Heyrðu, að fá hann inn. Góðan daginn.
Hello.
Yeah, they are bringing Dieter.
Hættum við spennir á gang.
He was on an exhibition.
Ah.
And after a few minutes, he started crying. And then this was really strange, everybody were always hearing, and he was really crying through the whole thing. And you always heard in between these sobs, But then it was really quiet. But when I looked back, the tears were flowing constantly when he was listening to the kids play. So this was really hitting him heavily, And this is some kind of, I could say, his relationship to music was really, really deep. Emotional.
Was it only because the music, or also because of the situation or young kids?
Also the situation, but he was very often crying when he was listening to music.
And every kind of music moved him, or especially classical music?
Especially classical music. And for instance, listening to Schubert string quartets, he would just sit and cry. And that is maybe the reason also why he did give all his records to me, because it was too much. It's not only, as I told you the other day, time-consuming that he had to spend. But he reached the point that he could not do anything else when listening to music than listen to music. He could not work anymore or draw. Or he was just stuck there with.
It's not background music.
No. In the beginning, it could be background music, but this changed. And he always, if he knew that there was somebody in the party who could play something, then he always asked, can you please play for me one song?
Takk fyrir lánið.
Já, heyrðu, kæra þakkir.
Já, bless.
Þið hefur afsakað því ég í viðtali. it was in Iceland, he asked people very often to sing for him. Nú á ekki nokkur maður nokkun dropa, englarnir að himnum hrapa, aumingjarnir standa og gapa. Things like this, he wanted to old Icelandic folk songs. This goes like this. Now nobody has anything to drink. The angels falls from the sky and the angels are staring. It's one of his favorite songs, and this you know, those who know it can, you know, they sing it in 5 tunes. So the other voice is fifth of a tune off, and it is a very, you know, when it is a chorus, it has a very special sound. Koppurinn minn komin í tvennt. Lífið hefur mér löngum kennt að líða þjást og missa. Koppurinn minn komin í tvennt, hvar á ég nú að pissa? The life has taught me that things can be tough. My toilet is broken. Where can I piss now?
And that's original text?
Yes, actually, copper, it is not the toilet, but it is this ball they had in the old days, you know, under the bed, you know.
And did Dieter sing himself? Because on the recordings you don't hear him sing or using voice, only speaking, of course, but not doing some music with his voice.
Yeah, that is, you know, he had this deep voice, but it is, maybe it's the same problem as I have, that, you know, I can tune whatever instrument, but singing is difficult for me to keep the tune.
It's the most directly instrumental.
Yeah, it is strange that because he had very good ear, you know, and like when I had a band, I always tuned all the instruments, but I could not sing. It is. But I think it is also related to music that he asked people very, very often to read for him. We were somewhere having invited for dinner somewhere, and he immediately spotted if there was an instrument in the house, and he asked immediately if somebody could play on that. And he always immediately found the bookshelf and scanned fast what literature was at this place, and then you know, after dinner when people were having the coffee or something, then he said, you know, there's a book there in the bookshelf, and you did not recognize that he had actually checked on it. You know, this book, do you read it? You like it? Yeah, can you read a chapter for me? And if there was an instrument, he always asked if somebody played on it, and if somebody could play one song. And in Iceland, it was very often that he asked people to sing. And this is somehow I see that his relation with music was in the same station in his head, so to say, as his relation with poetry. This was very much linked.
That means also that his literature should be read loudly, in this case, do you think?
In a way,
so,
yeah.
in a way, performed.
And this is he asked me very often, even we were only two together, that I would play a song for him on the guitar. Just out of the blue, he said, "Can you play me a song?" And but a lot, he had been reading Icelandic poetry, but then he asked me to read it for him. He wanted to hear it in proper Icelandic, and how it sounded. So I did read a lot for him. And this was also interesting because this taught me a lot. It is to read and read is not the same thing. And when you read aloud, you somehow go much deeper in. You really, when you start to perform it, you really go into the text, and it is the same thing with music. If you try to play it, you really have to go all in,
And that what was he was looking for constantly, to go in. Without any compromises.
Yes.
So then he changed from listening to music later to performing music again.
Yeah, right.
Also solo music.
But I see it that like this, that he was doing it for himself in the end. It was only that again, when he was sick, and he played especially when he was feeling very bad, when he could not really do anything else. Then he sat down at the piano, and you see in the solo scenes he is playing this piano in his night gown, and unshaved, and then he stops playing, and he is having this heart pain, and he's sitting there at the piano like this, and then he's like that, and then he starts playing again, and so he was. So that is because the last music, I'm quite sure that he was not especially thinking of publishing or whatever. It was just though he did record it, but that is he always did. He did record to everything, and that was anyway his profession. He had to keep everything and record everything, and that is what he lived on, and we.
But before he made piano chorus or other pieces.
And that was more. I think that was more planned.
Project.
Yeah, but. He also sometimes spoke about that he wanted to show how bad he was, how impossible a musician, and these ideas, he tried often to show in different ways. That if you were not so-called professional in things, that there were also you could bad in it, but still it would be something.
Yeah.
But do you think, was he really so bad, or was this also a role he played?
This is very difficult to say, you know. I know that before he was, in a way, a professional player. You know?
Yeah.
But I never experienced that, you know. But since he was able to play in bands, both on piano and trumpet, you know,
And he could read notes.
yeah, and so. But he just dropped that, this idea of being good, you know, in music, and found then his way to do it. But I remember sometimes I caught him playing the piano in a proper way. But if I came unexpected to his studio, you know, then he was sometimes doing something for himself, you know, training.
Yeah. Also, as a painter, he was not so proper.
No, but everybody knew that you know, he could do it properly, you know. If But the trace is always there. For instance, if we speak about his paintings, you know, when there is just splatters, you know, when he was pouring just paint out of cans with this glue and paint, and you had this mess on a tischmatte, and then it was framed, and after his death, especially the first maybe 5 years, a lot of fakes I had to look at, you know, is this by Dieter, or because people were trying to sell, especially in Switzerland. And it was so easy to spot if it was by Dieter or not, you know, because even though he was pouring the paint out of the can, you really saw his touch. When he put the paint out of the can in a special way, that it formed a nice round thing, and never a splatter which went somewhere else. But then the fakes, they were pouring, and then a drop went this way, and the balance between colors and so on, it's so easy to detect, you know, and so many don't see it. They just put garbage in a heap and glue on top. You know, that is not enough. You know, that is. And but you can hear it also through this his banal music playing. You hear that there is this special swing behind. You know.
It's something in between the mistakes.
Yeah, right.
That's why he was touched when children played, or other people which were not very good, no professionals. Anyway, he could be touched because there was something coming over.
Also, this famous organ player, I think you mentioned this in one of the films about the worst organ player in Iceland.
Yeah. North of Alps, the worst organ player north of Alps.
Where he was?
On the east coast, there is a farm in the highlands. It is the most isolated farm in Iceland. It is the family is still living there and farming, and it is 100 kilometers away from. You drive through desert for 100 kilometers before you come to this like a grassy island in the middle of the highlands in a way, and this guy did build his own church, and the Icelandic church did not accept it then, and he wanted to have a priest and everything, and so he just became priest himself, and he did everything. He was the organist and the singer and the priest, and he made every Sunday he made a mass for his family.
For the family.
Yeah. and this guy was also a painter. We have a painting by him. One painting is in the house in the west, I think. Very naive painter. Painted something like 10,000 paintings of the same mountain. And a beautiful mountain which is there, famous mountain, and naive painter, absolutely. And he was a naive musician, and he made his own. He made his own Christian music and texts, and then he played on organ and screamed, and he thought he was a tenor. And he and just super naive, and that is and this has a strange quality, you know, when people go all in, if they can do it, or if they are doing it in the right or wrong way, but if they go all in, then it is something there.
And Dieter was there several times and heard this? And
Yes. Then the guy was very old. It was the last years of his life. His son became a painter and also was very similar to his father, naive painter, and is now really, his paintings are really sought after now, you know. People are paying heavy prices for their paintings. And they're ugly as hell. It is something all wrong with them, you know. But you see that they are really trying to be real landscape painters.
What interests me is that Dieter Roth was everything, but he was not naive. I think he was very talented. He was very intelligent. He read a lot, and he was a philosopher as a kind of. And so that's sometimes not so easy, because then you can be very brilliant and you do beautiful things, and sometimes perhaps too beautiful, and it can be a danger also for an artist when you are able to do everything you like and it looks always very good. And so this interest in the opposite position, to be naive or untalented or not trained, and doing something special, doing something touching, human expression, could be
I saw it also
another
as
side.
Yeah, this
admired.
was also his problem, you know, that he was constantly so terribly sorry. You know, he had somehow enough of everything. You know, he was always looking for things which actually would excite him, of course, all of us, we never have this orgasm which we are seeking after. You know, we always think that now we will get it, but then when we finish some action, that we think that we will now be so happy because we reached this point, and you recognize that this is not really fulfilling your hopes, and then you have to continue to do something else. You know, you have to find another thing to try to get it there. Then, and as I see my father, he was such a fast thinker, and he was so understanding, and you know he recognized, you know, halfway through his life that he would never reach this happiness here, you know, the whole life is about to get, you know. And he only got more and more depressed. And once he recognized that, you know, you know, it was just, you know, how long shall I stay alive, you know, shall I continue or then finding ways to do something, you know. And in his case, he went, it is in a way like he turned around and started to go backwards in a way. And but in the end, as I say, you know, that it was the music that helped him through his worst periods of his sickness in the end of his life, you know. And it was when the bombs were raining over Hanover, you know, and then it was the music that excited him. And as much he tried to avoid it in parts of his life, he always fell into that. When he could not do anything else, when he was too weak to do anything else, then it was the music. And it was strange that, especially with classical music, that he would know every single piece, you know, he would memorize immediately, you know, and it was, you know, if he would have been in a question context about classical music, he would knew every tune, who composed it, and he
also who played it from the sound.
Yeah, for instance, that the Schubert leader, the Edizioni Periferia, you know, that he had, he was explaining that to me once, and explaining to me how 3 different singers, how they did sing it. And there was a singer, Wunderlich was his name, Wolfgang Wunderlich, Fritz Wunderlich, and he was showing me a difference, how much better Wunderlich did sing this than somebody else, you know. So he went and he had really meanings, you know, when he heard a piece on the radio. He said, "Oh, this is too fast. You know, this is they are playing it too fast. You know, they are missing this." And then he was quite sure that the composer did not mean that fast, you know, that because too aggressive or something, you know. Just an example. And
he had an idea how it must be.
And he was very good in whistling. He could not sing, but he could whistle the whole symphonies, you know, until he had new teeth. Then it then the whole sound, yeah, then it was then it changed, you know, then he's lost this ability. It's what it was, you know, that if you're listening to music, you know, and you're reading the scores, but I think it must have been training, you know, he was just training himself or something. Because I also remember he was reading scores without the music, you know. We were in a bookstore in Vienna, and an old bookstore, and then he found some scores, and suddenly he forgot himself and was reading them, standing there, you know. But this was something he never. This somehow he kept for himself. This was a private thing. Very likely because he was not a master in it.
But he's using scores in his paintings sometimes, or he makes quotations of little notes or sections of pieces. And also there, I had the impression sometimes he's really his handwriting, his writing notes is really professional, and suddenly it changes and becomes very messy, and so also there seem to be both sides.
Yeah. But that is also one thing which people don't know really, that he was often dead drunk, and people did not recognize it. You know, he would never swagger, and he always spoke straight, and you know, going to a meeting in the afternoon, you know, that people would not have believed if I told them that he already had drinking 2 liters of vodka during the day, you know. And that can be detected in his handwriting, you know. And it was often, and that one of the reasons why he kept these accurate diaries, you know, he was always writing memos, because he would not remember anything from the day before, you know, except that then he looked into his book and mostly to look up what he had promised to do. And everybody knew he was a heavy drinker, but few would believe how heavy drinker he was. Unbelievable. And the amount of alcohol he could consume was ridiculous, you know. And people often did not recognize that he was dead drunk. You know, like this, polite, yes, yeah, right, and, you know, walking straight, and things like that. I was asking him once about it, you know, how in fuck can you do that? It's just training, son. It's just training.
Can you tell us what music he liked, especially some pieces or componists? Or?
Classical componists, I know that he always dropped back to string quartets. And like here we have the Beethoven string quartets, which are quite special. And then the Melancholy of Schubert was his favorites. When he was in a bit better mood and a bit tough, ready to listen to something, then it was Brahms. He knew Brahms back and forth. Jazz, Theodolis Monk, as I told you, and when he was in good mood, he did listen a lot to Dizzy Gillespie.
You like that?
And then the opposite, Charlie Parker, the sax player. But then it was more like, you know, this Schubert side of him. Wagner he hated. And
Do you know why?
I think it did remind him too much of the Nazi times.
So it's not the music, it's, I mean, the story more than the music.
And then he was very interested in Schönberg.
How came that?
That I have no idea. He was trying to get me hooked on Schönberg and playing a lot of Schönberg for me, and I never could get in there. You know, it was. I tried very hard to understand it, but it did not ring a bell with me. The Schönberg music.
Was it only the music, or was it also for him the philosopher?
I think it was. It was also the philosophy and the ideas. You know, that he was trying to do something else. You know, that interested him.
Harmony and disharmony.
Yeah. But as with everything, he was more like he did listen to everything, and he somehow, and that was one of his abilities, that he could give everything a chance. He was really tough, you know, like he did not read newspapers. You know, forget it, you know, and he did not think of politics. So this he took completely out of his life, and only when newspapers, you know, he used them for certain purposes, you know, if an idea to what to do with them, you know, and. But he was able to block things out completely like that, and then he was like a cannibal. He ate everything else, you know. He did read everything, you know, whatever it was, and listen to all kinds of music. And you know, with as I say, that was one of his abilities, to give everything a chance, and listening thoroughly to it, and before making a judgment, you know, and trying to understand why. You know, there must be some reason why these people are playing this boring music, you know, and you know, giving that a chance. But I think Schönberg, he never played really for fun, like you're in a certain mood and you put some music on, like background music, you know, but I think that was not the case there. Yeah.
More an intellectual interest.
Yeah.
And early music, it wasn't
Excuse me?
early music. I mean, before the Baroque, he didn't had any interest in about.
He had interest in everything, you know, all related to music, you know, but of course, like everybody, you have your favorites and so on. But
There's one record with Monteverdi.
yeah. And he did introduce me to Gregorian songs, and so he was during this he was picking out records and telling me about it, which kind of music it was when I was a teenager, and yeah, telling me about music history, you know, the old music, and the newer one. We often, when I was a kid, he took me fishing into the highlands. We made our tent, and and walked in between lakes and just two of us. And I remember one day we had walked quite far, and we were walking back to our tent, and we still had a couple of hours to walk. And I was getting tired, and then we started marching, like I was. Yeah. And then he said, now we march. So I was dum 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 dum. Dum 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 dum, and that's how he got me back to the tent.
It's a game.
Yeah, and that is what march is for. You march, and this somehow keeps you moving. And it is interesting because I played this trick on my son once. He was only 10 years old. We were in Loðmundarfjörður in the winter in February. And it was so cold. It was something like 20 degrees frost, 15. And I was with Otto and Einar. And Einar was so cold. He had so cold feet. He was really freezing and started crying. And and then we did march home. Dun, 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 and then it worked. So there are all kinds of tricks the music can do to you. And one could say that Dieter used these tricks a lot, if you to be melancholic or walk or this is in a way what music can do for you.
So there was a special project we are interested in when you did together this piece Fernquartett,
Yes.
or also Nahquartett.
Yeah.
So it's this like Streichquartett, you mentioned string quartet, with members of the family but not playing together,
Yes.
but in distance. And
this is it is interesting that because we were all playing a bit instruments, and but the instruments we were playing for the quartet, these were instruments which we were not used to play on, and
so what did you play normally?
Excuse me.
Guitar. You played guitar.
Yeah. Guitar and piano, and so I was playing the cello in this, and because we were very seldom all together, and it was in a way. In that time, it felt so normal. Dieter had an idea, and that was just, when I look back, that some of these ideas were a bit off or strange, but in that time, it was interesting. Whatever he said, it was, we believed, that this would be the thing to do, and since we were very seldom all together, hardly, then and this Fernquartett was a very normal thing to do. Then, if we were going to make a music piece together, we had to do it separately, and then when you put then as the audience can mix it, as he wants, make their own somehow. That is also a part of this piece, is that the one who is listening can make his own, can hoard in on that and make his own composition. And so the order was, you have to play for X many hours, record it, And I remember in the end he was calling us, how is it, have you not finished yet? Please.
Kind of control. Huh?
Yeah. So in the end it was quite a work to get through all the hours which were needed for this piece. And then Nar Quartet was, it's a much shorter version, but that is when we were all together and we played together, And so that is only couple of hours or something. And but it's a little bit pity. There are only real Roth fans and special nerds which have this edition. We still have not sold the whole edition of these quartets. Fan quartet is, there are 3 or 4 who bought one fan quartet, but I think nobody wanted to have Nar quartet yet.
Why? Too close?
Yeah. Maybe people mainly like the idea of this Fern quartet. It is strange, Nar quartet is nothing strange about that, It is just.
And he said who has to use which instrument? Or?
I don't remember exactly. I think we have to have this piano, violin, fiddle, and cello.
And he owned these instruments?
Yes. He had a whole symphony orchestra of instruments, and actually he bought them all in Austria, and actually some very, very good instruments. And the only what is left is this piano. And it was so that Hermann Nitsch did borrow all the instruments. I did pack them and send them to Hermann, and they got lost. They were stolen all after a concert Hermann Nitsch made. So, and they were quite expensive and good instruments in between. These instruments were used when Hermann came here to Iceland teaching, and in the art academy here, in the so-called experimental department, and when he made the Iceland Symphony, and none of them, there were only one musician in the group, and then we went on this concert tour, to Basel and Graz and Vienna and Munich, and we used these instruments. One of the it's not long ago I was chatting with one of the girls which were in this band. She was telling the story, how miserable she felt when we came to the Music Academy in Basel with our instruments. and she was holding her violin case, and we, what are we up to here, And then we were sitting in this some kind of messe or a restaurant there or whatever it was, on the corner somewhere, and there were a lot of music students, and they were, are you from Iceland, and what are you playing on, and what, oh, we heard we were going to make a concert, and wanted to discuss music. They did not have any idea about music at all. She was really, hoping. And it was interesting, on this concert, it was full house when we started, and I think only me and Dieter, we were there in the audience. I was with the recording stuff, in front of the stage, recording the whole thing, and then it was only Dieter's and Fredrik Döhl, the schoolmaster. When it ended, you know.
The other audience, they left.
Yeah.
It's also quite long symphony.
Yeah, awfully long. Yeah. And it was so interesting that you know, after each concert they were completely finished. The kids, you know, they were sweating. They were over. You know, it was. They absolutely gave all what they had, and they hardly could stand anymore after they finished the concerts. In a concert in Munich, one of them collapsed. You know, it was he could not make it through the whole concert.
And not of the alcohol, not because of drinking.
Yeah, of course, partly of that and whatever, you know. But it was not easy to go through the whole Isla Symphony
Without alcohol.
without alcohol.
Because Hermann Nitsch told us he was deeply impressed how much they could drink.
No, it was a very interesting trip. Nobody, in a way, knew what fuck was going on. You know, it was just that going from city to city and making these concerts and just getting. And it was interesting because the financing of this somehow went wrong. All the financing plans. So Dieter, he was constantly finding money. You know, so he, we were in like we were in Graz, and then he had to take a plane to Stuttgart. We went to Stuttgart to try to squeeze money out of collector, the Mimi Klein, a rich lady. And so Dieter was with us, but always in between he was somewhere finding money, you know. And so he came back, and then always with cash. And then it was you know, I don't remember how many were, 15 maybe or something. So it was put in 15 stacks, you know. And then that lasted for some days, and then he had to go somewhere else to find more money. So he used up all his sources all over Europe.
And the music was interesting for you personally? This Nitsch music experience? Or?
When I'm trying to listen to it now, it is boring the shit out of me, you know. But on the other hand, when you're involved in it, it is extremely exciting. It was extremely exciting, and
why?
Why exciting?
Mm-hmm.
I think because again, one could say because you were all in. You know, you were really trying to do this, and it was completely new. You know, we had never done anything like that before, and also like Hermann, he's so special. You know that. You know, and. It was interesting because I took care of him. You know, he was living at our studio in Bali, and then I recognized he could not even make a tea. You know, he was holding a bag of tea and the kettle, and said, "Do you know how to do this?" So, so it was fun. That every second day he invited me for dinner in Hotel Holt, the best restaurant in town. And every second day I did cook for us at home. And it was, you know, everything was somehow interesting about it, you know. And when we went to the restaurant, he put a fresh shirt over the dirty one, you know. So he had two shirts. And on the way to the restaurant, it is the time when he was drinking and eating a lot. And on the way to the restaurant, we always stopped at a gasoline station, and he had a hot dog and alcohol-free beer, which was, and then we had this beautiful dinner at the restaurant, and he did drink 1 or 2 bottles of Chablis. He was drinking constantly Chablis all the time, white wine. And then when we went from the restaurant home, we also passed by at the gas station. He had a hot dog and a beer. He wanted to have a look at the big lake Þingvellir, and asked me one day to drive him around the lake. And I did, and he slept all the time in the car. And when we came back, he woke up and said, "Oh, this was a beautiful, beautiful ride." I said, "Come on, you had your eyes closed all the time." "No, I was looking with my third eye all the time." It was, and he was very, very tough on the students when we were rehearsing for that. You know, we were, and then came a tutti part, and everybody should scream and play as loud as they could, and for 10 minutes, and then he was sitting always at an organ. Electric organ in front of them with his bottles of Chablis, and then he fell asleep. And the first time he fell asleep, when the tutti part was going on, the students of course stopped, you know. And then he woke up and come on, you know. And he liked to sleep, take a nap in the 10 minutes tutti part, you know. So after that, they were screaming and playing, and he was sleeping there in front of them.
But Dieter liked his music, I think. Huh?
Yes, he was very impressed by that. In the end, when we were cutting the tapes for the records, you know, I really, so that was after the concert tour and everything. Hermann came back to Iceland, and we were going through these hours and hours and hours of recordings. And it was astonishing how much he did remember of what to use and what not. And so we were sitting there on the third day. We did not go out of the cutting room only to eat, and it was on the second or third day, and we had hardly slept anything, and he was really on it, and then I could not do any more. I was completely, so I had to call friend of mine to continue, and I think this week, it took a week to make the master for the records, and I think Hermann hardly slept the whole week, and we took turns on working with him. This is to be really there, you know. And all the screaming and, you know, 24 hours a day. And, you know,
And how was it for the other students?
They remember it so well, you know, that it is one of their, yeah, they will never forget it. But it was interesting that when we made the concert in Vienna, the audience did stay. They were very interested, you know. And it was a big bravura, you know, when we were finished. In Munich, it was in a Brauhaus, but anyway, then folk having fun, you know, that is so. And in Basel, they left. And in Graz, it was not, but in Vienna, you know, they really appreciated it. And it was not only Hermann's fans, it was a full house, you know, many people.
And can you imagine
and that
why?
was in Vienna also the only place where critics wrote about it.
So you think the Vienna people or the Austrian people are quite different from Swiss German people?
Yes.
Or that's it?
Yeah.
Because they enjoy the... Do you have other ideas because they... From the tradition?
I don't know, if one thinks about it, you know, that is, you know, it was the Austrians which went into Selten gehörte Gespräche with Dieter. I don't see that his friends in Germany or Switzerland would have gone into this field. Maybe now, but not then, you know. And like, if you take as an example, you know, what Paul McCarthy is now doing in the States, you know, this is the same stuff as the actionists in Vienna were doing 40 years ago. Of course, American a bit bigger, everything, but slapper at the same time, you know.
So how was the experience of Selten gehörte Musik? You were, I think, late times you participated also, or you made the recordings? And
I found it extremely interesting, you know, because this was something which was not existing at all. You know, nobody did that in that time. It was out of all portions. You know, it was, and but mainly they were so interesting, these guys. You know, and for me as a teenager at that time, it was extremely interesting to speak to them and in that time when I think I was 19, then Oswald Wiener invited me to come to Berlin and stay at their place. You know, I was very interested in that, so, and that's why he invited me to come and stay. So I was staying in above the restaurant Exil, and that was the old restaurant Exil, you know, this artist hangout, and they had a flat in the same house above that restaurant, and so I just went there, and Ossi had prepared for me my room with recording equipments and instruments. So I was there and putting coals in my oven, in my stove. They were, you know, that time, you know, that was, you know, nearly every flat in West Berlin was heated with coal ovens. And then when I could eat free in the restaurant, so I always had my breakfast at 6 o'clock in the afternoon when they opened the breakfast with Leberknödelsuppe. That was my breakfast at 6 o'clock. And then I stayed awake more or less in the Kreuzberger Nächte, you know. I was there for 2 or 3 months. And this was very, very interesting time, and I was sitting a lot with Ossi and discussing the meaning of life and making music. And this was so, it was the time when I left art school here, and it was, you can imagine, it was such a difference between the professors here in the art school and what these guys had to say, you know. But the whole thing, like around Ossi, was related with to music and literature. And this, I think, this time changed my views on things a lot.
Can you give an example?
Yeah, a very simple example. You know, people here in Iceland would tell me, "You don't do that," and they would say, "This is what you do." You know, that is completely and this encouragement, you know, do what comes to your mind, experiment, try out, find your own way, understand yourself, and give it a try. When here, it was more like, you know, try to behave, come on, you know, stop it, and
But that's, your father was the same, more or less.
Of course, yeah. But when it is the third voice also, you know, then it of course helps that it is not only one person who is helping you to open the doors, you know, when you have more which are really believing in that, you know, that is what the Selten gehörte Music guys, Rühm, Brus, Oswald, Hermann, that they helped open the doors for me, you know, and there are endless possibilities. You know. This, of course, is a very important thing for an artist, you know, that to understand that there are endless possibilities, yes, to explore and do.
And how would you describe the influence of all these great artists on Dieter? I mean, especially in this context of Selten gehörte Musik, was Dieter playing another music than he played before or after or in private? Was he influenced or inspired in another way by the situation?
You know, Dieter spoke of it himself, that he was in a way very free with explaining what influenced him and who, and he had no difficulties with accepting that or agreeing to that, and tell people that this artist influenced him, but also at the same time he spoke about envy, that he envied them, you know, that they were better than him in this or that, and he was trying to do the same, but the Austrians, they did influence him a lot, you know. This was though in the end Dieter was some kind of the driving force behind it to keep this going, you know, the Selten gehörte Music and publishing their stuff and planning concerts and so on. But that was him, you know, that you know, he would always organize everything, you know, they had the system that everybody should organize, you know, each of them would take care of each, you know, concert. But as I see it, that the driving force behind it to really do it and get the money together to be able to do that, that was always Dieter who got the money somewhere to pay for the shit.
The term Selten gehörte Musik, who made it, you know?
It sounds very much like Oswald Wiener, you know, but I don't know. But this does not sound like something Dieter would, because it's a little bit, you know, maybe then it was okay, but this title is a little bit like arrogant or something.
It's true.
Yeah. Yeah. It's true, actually, yes.
And what do you think? What he was influenced by? These friends from Vienna. What was important for him?
It was very important for him. That is, you know, he meets them in a time when he is moving back to the continent from the States, and then he starts to hang around. Then Oswald was, I think, the director of Olivetti in Austria, but at home he had some kind of a restaurant, and which was a hangout. And I remember that when I was first hanging around them, you know, and when they met in different cities, mostly because they were making concerts somewhere, they would spend endless times in restaurants discussing, you know, days. They would meet for lunch, and they would stay through for dinner, and one day in this restaurant, another day in another restaurant, but spending the days like that, just discussing, philosophizing, and it was clear for me that it was important for Dieter, you know, to have somebody to speak to.
To exchange?
Yeah.
Because normally in the literature about Dieter, it's not so much, it's always written about the influence of Fluxus and other people from the West, from the United States, or from the friends from Switzerland, some Germans, but not the Austrians.
Yeah, there you are raising a point. I think that the influence that the Austrians had on Dieter is underestimated. I'm sure of that, and I don't know why, you know, why art historians are not looking into that for the Austrians, and then also fellow Swiss artists, like especially Luckenbühl, which was very, very dear friend of Dieter, and Dieter did visit him regularly and very often, and they sat and spoke, and Luckenbühl was very important in Dieter's life, you know, and influenced him a lot. Everybody speak about Daniel Spurry because of, you know, these gluing things and tables and so on, but and Tengeli and so on, and Dieter said, you know, that when he first saw work by Tengeli, you know, he got so fascinated that you know, he nearly collapsed, you know, got so excited that this was possible to do. But the one who influenced Dieter most was Luckenbühl, that is clear.
And why? What? It's so strange for me.
Luckenbühl's views on how his philosophy, his understanding of art and life, you know, which which is somehow, one would recognize it because I often went there for a visit, and how the family lived and which kind of world they had built around themselves. It was absolutely very special, and you know, this, for instance, this is one of the things that I recognize that this is possible to do. Actually, you can do what you want, and as Ludwig was speaking, you know, and as he talked, you know, about, you know, this made all so terrible much sense, which you would not find like with Daniel or with Tengeli, with Dennis Burry or Tengeli. You know, they were somehow more surface people. There was nothing else except their work, but when you spoke to them, that was not really anything coming out of them, you know. But with Looking Bull, you could really spend a whole day and wander around, you know, speculating. For instance, I remember the last time we met, it was shortly before Tengeli died. We met us, me and my father, in the Kunsthaus restaurant. Because he took care of the fountain himself while he was alive, you know, always repairing it. And then he was complaining that he had no ideas. He was always doing the same shit. And this, for instance, Daniel Spurry and Dieter, they, of course, were old friends and blah, blah, and we met regularly. If Daniel came to Basel, you know, he called up. But there was nothing really, you know, what he had to say, you know. We were just sitting there politely and a short lunch together, and that was it.
Time was over somehow.
Yeah. But with Looking Bull, it was really a deep friendship, and they were exchanging, you know, information and ideas, and really. And this was with the Austrians.
And also how they lived.
Yes.
Was a comparable.
Yeah, right.
Not only art, but art and everyday life and living and society and community and working together and then battling again.
But this is somehow, I find it interesting, like the work of Looking Bull. You know, it is somehow dismissed internationally. It's only like Swiss thing. And also the Vienna actionists, you know, they are somehow like forgotten, you know. But in my mind, this is really real stuff, you know,
and also Wiener Gruppe before.
Yeah, and the Wiener Gruppe before.
And all the colleagues, they came from the Wiener Gruppe. Rühm and Wiener.
That's what I'm speaking about, actually.
And it started very early in the 50s already. What they did there, nobody knew outside, from the outside. And still today, it's not well known. But it's the same time as Fluxus, or even
Right.
even before.
Ah, yeah.
And they had idea to make music and some philosophy about
Right.
music,
and Dieter was much more related to that than Fluxus, his Fluxus friends in the States, you know. Okay, he was friends with Emmett Williams and Namjoon Pike and blah, 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 and so on in that time, but I personally don't see much effect of Fluxus in my father's work. People wanted somehow, you know, these multiples and these things and the way of and some of his poetry and so on, but I think it is overdone by art historians that they are connecting the Dieter that much to Fluxus. You know. He liked to hang around with them and joke. You know, that is. They had the same humor somehow.
yeah, and perhaps they didn't know enough from the other side, from Vienna, to get it in a relationship or in a balance.
Yeah. But,
and he was kind of in between.
Yeah.
No?
The Vienna group had much more influence on Dieter than any of these Flux things, you know.
And how would you describe his influence on these people? I mean, especially, of course, in the collaboration of Selten gehörte Musik.
You know, Dieter did influence everybody he met. You know, he was his presence was very strong. You know? Yeah, so it was very clear that Dieter was there if he was there. You know, and maybe, you know, that is that close to me that I cannot put my finger exactly on that, you know, what is, you know, because, you know, I lived with him all these years, and I know my mother is really sometimes getting goose-skinned because I'm so much like him and I'm speaking to her, you know, just like your father, you know. So he influenced me a lot. And this was impossible to be with him without you know, he somehow took everything over always where he was, you know. And he was always in charge. It just happened automatically, you know. And so many people, they made often this mistake that they had an idea and told about the idea, and then they just said, let's do that. And then, oops, sorry, yeah, no problem. You know, either you shut up or we do that what you say. You know, and this was what took often people by surprise. You know that, and his closer friends, they slowly recognized that better keep quiet with ideas if you are not ready to do them. You know, when Dieter is around, because he would march into that. And then also, like people, they, you know, they say, oh, you have a nice coat. And then he took it off and you can have it, you know. And he always tricked people like this, you know. He said, how are you doing, blah, blah. And I said, oh, bad. And do you have money? No, not really. And then here's some, you know. 10,000 francs or something, you know. It is, for instance, when he gave our car away, it was when I started to work with him in the late 70s. He was living in Stuttgart, and so 78 I got my driving license, and then he went to Mercedes in Stuttgart and bought a beautiful big limo, Mercedes. And I was the most happy kid in town, you know, and now we travel in between cities and collect money from gallerists. And we do it by, with a Mercedes, you know. So we were driving around Germany collecting money. and that was in the time when, you know, he was making a lot of money that time. It was before he declared war on the German galleries, which he lost, you know. But so we were driving, you know, between cities collecting money, and he would bring something in a suitcase, you know, and they would sell it, and so I was there for some months, and then I went to Iceland, and then I came back to Stuttgart, and when the Mercedes was gone, I said, "Where is the car?" "Oh, sorry, I gave it to Gertrude." "Did you give our Mercedes to Gertrude?" "Yes." "Yeah, she was driving a Fiat and had an accident, and I thought she would need a stronger car, you know, if she would have another accident." And I was so sorry. And then when I woke up in the morning, after the first night there, there was a note on the kitchen table, "We'll be back in the afternoon." And then he came back in the afternoon with a new car, you know, because I was so sorry that the car was gone.
Also Mercedes?
Also Mercedes, yes. And the Abschöpf Symphony, and the thing I remember is that hell got loose. You know, it was there were many guests invited. You know, they always invited some more people, and apart from the Selten gehörte Musik band, it was me and Hansjörg Mayer. I think his name is Hoffmann from Hamburg, and a couple of others. Yeah. And it started very slowly. There were food and wine on the stage, and so for the first hour, the audience were just watching us, you know, trying to tune instruments and eat and drink and chat and so on, and then slowly it went. Slowly it developed, and in the end, Dieter started breaking everything. You know, made a big performance. You know, hitting the drums with the mic statives and so it. Hansjörg Mayer fell asleep on stage. He was so drunk, and he was sleeping while Dieter was hitting the drums, and you know, it was the whole scale. You know, they went through all stages, and in between, quite good music. You know. And everybody was playing with his own nose, you know. It was so. It was in a way not that they were playing together, you know. You know, it was really everybody was in his corner doing different things, and this I found extremely exciting. You know, that you know, how they could be on stage together and not playing together at all. You know. Of course, in between there came chapters, as you can see here on the record, that they fall together, but mostly they're playing a part somehow against each other. And of course, typically the audience were complaining, you know, what the fuck they thought they were doing, and if this was something somebody asking to get the tickets paid back, and you know, and so it was. It had in a way all elements. But mostly audience were angry, you know, that these old farts were thinking that this was exciting. You know.
And it ended when everybody left the stage, or how was the final cadence?
I don't know, you know, I don't know how it ended. It somehow ended.
Yeah.
You know. And the technicians of the concert hall, they were very angry, you know, about all this mess on stage. And but then politely Dieter paid for everything which was broken, and we could leave.
You were also making the recordings.
I don't remember what I recorded of the Selten gehörte Gespräche and what not. Maybe I was recording there. Yeah, I think so.
So you had to cut at the end to bring it on a record.
Yes. Yeah. It is
How
actually.
this happened?
It is actually 3 records or something,
Yeah,
isn't it?
Maybe.
2 or 3. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know, the only thing I remember about this, you know, our studio in Bali, you know, sitting in the cutting room, cutting all this music, it was just very, you know, it was a bit of a pain, you know, to do that. You know, this how to get these things together and so on, you know, and it was like with the Island Symphony and the Absep Symphony and you know, this was somehow, you know, all this loud music and, you know, what to throw away and what to take in and what to do and I had this problem also with my own music. In the last band I had, it was an experimental band, and it was also painful to cut that because it was such a mess of sounds and because it was not composed, you know, when it was happening, and while you do it, it is fun, but when you have to get it on a record, that is a bit of a headache, you know. And
So usually you decide where and what to cut, or was
no,
it together with Dieter?
not with others' music, you know. I was just a technician in that case.
But cutting meant not only beginning and end, but maybe also
Between?
choosing different sequences.
And how to put things together.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there's some things are not.
In the old style, you know, you go with the tape, you know, and then you.
Then the tape is completely different
Recording.
than recording.
Complete recording is another thing when you cut
Yes.
edited,
Yeah.
cleaned, or
Yeah.
interpreted version.
But then a lot of tape was thrown away, you know. We did not keep everything.
Can you describe a little bit the criteria? What was cut away, or what was? What,
I don't remember.
okay.
And Dieter decided that? Working with
Yeah,
you?
must be. I cannot recall it exactly, you know. For instance, with Island Symphony, I only remember how tired I was, and Hermann always there on his white wine and never falling asleep. But about the music itself, I don't remember so much. And it's somehow.
Yeah, it's a long time ago.
And do you remember any discussion after a concert about what happened? I mean, between this.
Oh yes, there were long discussions for days, analyzing what they had done. Yeah.
And I think very controversial, maybe.
The whole flora, the whole philosophy of the world was discussed in relation with their music. They're all very great talkers.
We noticed.
And who organized the concert? It was you?
It was, no, the plan, they had this system that in each city there was one of them who would organize and be some kind of a host for a concert. But this was not really always exactly like that, but that was, as I understood it, that was the basic idea. That Dieter would invite for a concert in this city, and another one of them would take care of that concert and so on. But basically, what I experienced, I found it just one fantastic mess, and it was interesting because they were so dead serious about it. They were not laughing too much. Really, they were really there and discussing it.
Hermann Nitsch told us that some concerts were more organized by his wife than also that she was also involved and organized the practical things. And
but on this matter, you cannot, I don't know enough about it exactly, how it was, but. So the Selten gehörte Gespräche thing is in a way not what I was involved in at much, Only this one concert and one in Hamburg, and I was occupied with my own band. I was more like a guest and helped once or twice with technical matters.
But did Dieter or you listen to these recordings later?
I have been trying often to. I never made through one whole record.
So there is also a difference, as you described in the music by Hermann Nitsch, so that the live concert is quite another experience than the record. And how important is the design of the sleeve or of the cover, so to understand this music when you only listen to it?
Yeah, this is a good question, because I think the covers tell us a lot about what it is. These photographs of them, and it already gives a hint about what this is. But I think this is in a way typical of Dieter. Without Dieter, I think these records would never have been done, and that he goes, okay, we make a record, and which was always with him, that he always needed a product from whatever was done. He always needed something. And then came the idea, and then we can sell it. You know. And 20 years later, yes. But like most things he did, that it was that everything had to leave something behind. You had to have some proof of what you had done. Because in the end, stories are not worth anything except one can laugh a little bit, or in schools, if you go in school and tell a student something, but without the records of Selten gehörte music, it would not be easy to explain or to speak about. It was only happening then, and that was it.
What is also interesting to me is that the end of the 70s, then Abschöpf Symphony was the last concert with this group.
Yeah.
And then you need to build an own studio here in Iceland, and there were many activities at the same time, and then after, especially after Selten gehörte Musik, he started to become a kind of a producer or editor of music of other people, and also of members of the family of the.
Yeah, and that is what Selten gehörte Musik did for him, was that he continued down that road to publish records, and actually the tapes, the recorders were originally bought by Oswald Wiener. He got this equipment together, and then Dieter got it from him. And on these equipments we built up our studio. And but this is also very typical with, in the life of Dieter. He was in so many different places, in so different situations, working with so different people, and there were these periods in his life. Then he moves on, and to another chapter, so to say, and so many others somehow got stuck where they were, if they were successful with something. For example, Tingeli. And of course, no reason why he should leave that field, since it worked so well. But on the other hand, Dieter constantly moved ahead into new. And but what he brought with him from this time into this publishing, that is what he got, this idea from the Selten gehörte time,
Because what was surprising for me, I heard some of the records, also Freddy and the Fighters, for example, with you, or the record he made with Carl, and others examples, and there's something common with Selten gehörte Musik.
Yes.
It's not allowing people to make a record and to present their own music, and he was in the back and he was only the producer. You get the impression that there was a kind of collaboration again, and
yeah, in a way, yes.
In a way,
in a way, and this
as different as this music is,
but in that sense, you can say that we were all inspired by the Selten gehörte idea, but just go for it and do, and in a way have fun, and then it automatically something comes, In a way, start just start, and then something will happen. You know? If you can play on the instrument or not, you know, that was not. You know, just go for it.
Yeah, and it's on different levels. First you think, okay, they start singing or making their songs, and then you think, no, it's not a real song how they do it, and it's broken somehow, and then they start talking, and it's playing around a little bit. And
yeah, for instance, the record Freddy and the Fighters, it is, though it is completely different music, of course, but still you can really see that we are inspired by Selten gehörte Musik, that you somehow go for it, you know. And that is it's very clear, and all the working methods which we used in our studio and all the years after, you know, they are partly in this style.
so it's a style, you get the impression.
Yeah.
And also the radio sonata has the same principle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To start and then
Start and
what happens.
you don't know what's going on, and
A fight with
where you
the,
will end, and there's no end, in fact, really end.
Yeah.
That is, of course, a wonderful piece.
Yeah, great.
Yeah.
But I think the tension is also that it's not his own studio, it's in a professional studio, and he's on a professional instrument, and then
There is another record that is with Vera on the piano, and do you know? I had the impression that one side it's her playing, and on the other side it's him playing, but it's never written. And
No, I think it's only Vera.
it's only Vera, but then she plays like
Yes.
Dieter in a radio sonata,
copy.
and he is sitting behind. Really powerful. Nice.
and Lorelei, also the Langstreckensonate. How was the genesis of this work?
I don't know. Ask him.
Because it's also a little bit like a diary. So,
Yeah.
and you are also playing, I think, on this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know either. You know, it's all,
We will show
Because
you then.
Yeah. Okay.
it is very simple that we have to, you know, there was always always had to work and help. You know, if it was making drawings or making music, you know, we had to. Well, I was his assistant. You know, I had to do all kinds of things. You know, play and draw and this and it all, in the end, it all is mixed up in my mind. The only thing I know that when I was him, we were working 15 hours a day, you know, in different bullshit which I did not know what was. You know, I just did it somehow.
And that's very interesting, because we checked also the beginning of Selten gehörte Musik that was coming from the Dichter workshop, but even at the Dichter workshop it was also a drawing workshop, and it's a writing workshop, and we saw first pictures that they already were playing at the same time on the piano, but made no records of it at that. So it was also this mixture of doing different thing at the same time, and going from one to the next, and mixing it up. And
Multitask.
many of these friends, they made drawings together afterwards, or movies with Rainer and so on.
It was, you know, that it is a bit strange, you know, when you have to play for an hour or two on a piano, and then you have to help with making 200 drawings, and then bind in 10 books, everything in the same day, It is, you lose track of what you're doing. You just go on,
And did he give you special orders or principles or a concept what to do, or was it really free? Was he more interested in you as an artist, or more in this moment as you as an assistant?
No, in the first years, in the late 70s, that was and early 80s maybe. Then I just did what I was asked to, So and then I simply worked in his style, and sometimes it's difficult to tell, if it was Dieter who did draw the line or me, because I automatically, and he recognized that this would easily work. I just did the same thing. And then later on, that when we went more into these material paintings and stuff, then I was influencing, and he was asking me to take that I would make the base of a painting, and then he would hold in later on or whatever, But in the beginning, it was just some kind of a, because always when he was in Iceland, I was always with him, and I was always, since I was a small kid, sitting at the same work table as him and doing. So automatically, it came that I can want to say I could easily do the same things, and so there are different sides to we were collaborators in the end, but in the beginning I was an assistant. And then I just played on the piano if I had to play for 2 hours, and then it sounds a bit strange, but this was very, it was not strange for me at all, I need a drink. What about you folks?
We make a break.
We make a break.
Yeah, or whatever. At least have a drink. We can continue, but I need to do something. Please help yourself with coffee or tea or water is in the fridge or whatever.
Ja, wir müssen dann einfach aufpassen, dass es nicht zerflattert. Es läuft, aber wir müssen nachher wieder hierher kommen und konzentriert dranbleiben. Sonst
Yeah, there's the
visitor.
Yeah, there's the visitor.
very well Ja, jetzt kommen wir dann zu den
Please.
Hast du die gebracht? Ach gut. Ja, anyway.
Just help yourself to everything you can think of.
Ganz in der Tradition von Dieter Roth.
Yeah, it is. There's a
Dann die Schreiner und wenn der Flurina kommt, kommt der...
Ja, das haben wir ja gesehen. Es muss einfach so sein, dass man ihn versteht.
Her name is
Eben,
Allah.
hat's ja da.
Ja,
Allah
ich
Eastins.
könnte natürlich auch gut mit dem.
So he was on an exhibition downtown.
Ja, man
Weißt
muss
du, so
einfach
fernsehmässig
Nein,
würde
ich muss
ich
auch-
jedes Mal...
It's interesting,
Das
it's
Fernsehen
just like
würde
him.
machen. Ich würde mal gerade abbrechen, wenn ich wieder den...
Nein, das
Ja,
muss
das
man
ist jetzt
hören.
Das ist so, wie es
Das
ist.
ist die Realität.
Der andere hat ja auch so ein Ereignis gegeben.
Nein, das
Ich
finde
habe
ich auch
jetzt immer wieder eingelassen und mitgehört, also du weißt genau, was er sagt.
Aber das ist die Verständlichkeit, die beeinträchtigt ist. Von dem her ist das gut. Und wegen Fragen rausschneiden, das muss man dann halt schauen. Es muss ja einfach noch...
Nein.
Der Kontext muss verständlich sein.
Fragen
Aber,
rausschneiden. Nein.
aber ich würde das sogar drinnen lassen. Nein. Nein. Genau. Nein.
Das ist ja keine blöde Frage. Also, weißt du,
Nein, und es ist eben noch wichtig, um seine Antwort zu verstehen. Ja, je nachdem, wie man fragt, kommt ja die
Es
Antwort.
ist ja ein Gespräch. Ja, und es ist ja ein Gespräch, es ist ja nicht nur ein Solo.
weißt du, wenn ein Ding gerade zu Bändchen passt.
Ja, und dann habe ich es ja ein bisschen eingeflochten.
Genau.
Ja, wir müssen ihn schon hören und wir nehmen uns zurück. Also, wir
Genau.
bringen ihn zum Reden. Nicht?
Habe ich ihm am Anfang eben auch gesagt.
Ja.
Ich habe gesagt, es ist nicht ein Interview, wo man kurze Antworten will. sondern es
genau.
soll ein bisschen kontinuierlich. Und das macht er eigentlich.
Macht er auch, und das ist auch seine Art. Er tut gerne gut erzählen, aber muss langsam.
Ja, ist es ergiebig gewesen.
Wer hat den Tee?
No, this is it was just starting.
Also das ist,
Sonst, ich meine,
also nein, Streichhalter.
also viele Details, wo so also nicht eben so ist. Also,
Nein.
ich habe so mit so gehört.
I have a drink and I have the rest of my coffee there.
Ja. Ja, dass das mit Fluxus ein bisschen relativiert wird.
Ja, ja.
Der hat sich reingebracht. Dieter Roth. Wir können jetzt einen an den Tisch stellen.
Yeah.
Yep.
Who did the sculpture?
There is a lady artist, Icelandic, her name is Allah Eistins Dr. There was an exhibition related to the art festival, which was about portraits and things like that. And I did borrow this for that exhibition.
How old? When was it made? Is it older?
10 years ago,
Ah.
something like that. Yeah, it was shortly after Dieter died, maybe 2000 or something. Yeah,
Yeah.
a decade ago. And the strange thing is, because it looks so very much like him, but she never met him. But she knew all Dieter's friends in Iceland, and so she went from one to another and asked about Dieter, and
How
then
he
she
was.
made, when she made it.
So
Also
not
some
only
photos.
from a photograph, rather from
Yeah, it is.
the inside.
Yeah. Everything under control?
Yes.
Doesn't make any sense what I'm saying.
Ask the specialists. The sense specialists.
For me.
Yes. Yes. I liked your remark on talking about Paul McCarthy's work and the Wiener, the Austrians' work, and the Americans, everything a little bit bigger, but slightly slapper. Yeah. It's very true for me, from my experience.
Yeah, unfortunately, I like Paul a lot.
Yeah,
We are good
yeah.
friends, but unfortunately,
Yeah.
this is my
That's
feeling.
exactly. Doesn't have anything to do with if you like the Americans or America or whatever, but it's really, it's a cultural thing in the end.
Yeah.
Very much so, like so many things about art and about expression and about life. It's so much culture. It's incredible.
And this the Middle European depressions, you know,
Yep.
which are there, you know. And
Dit is wel dan een concrete poëzie dingen. Nee, die planten is ja.
you know, tradition, classic, you know, old societies, and you know, it is a different thing.
And educational
Education,
systems.
yeah.
Okay, never forget about the small kids growing up with small things, gestures of every day and rules and all kinds of...
I find it interesting, a friend of mine, which is a designer, lives in Providence, on Rhode Island. He made a trip to Europe, and he was telling me about it, and he was telling about it like he went to a museum. And he said, he was speaking about they're so strange in Europe. You know, it's so old. It is so like old timers, you know. And I said, even there are no doorknobs in Europe. There are only these funny handles, you know. You know, these kind of ideas, you know. Apart from doorknobs are impossible, you know. Anyway.
Yeah.
You see, like on the toilet door, it was a doorknob, and you never could open the fucking door, you know. So I had to change it into a European handle.
Yeah.
So can we say that Selten gehörte Musik was a possibility for Dieter to come back to music practice? Because you told us that before he stopped, and
I think so.
on another way to come back
One could
as
easily,
a dilettante,
yeah.
or and to go on stage with that, and play with this situation of not being able to play and so on.
I think this is one can easily say that this opened these doors again for him. I think that we are absolutely right if we think of it in that way. And you know what was also interesting, you know, that you know, Dieter was so much into music, you know, his whole life since he was a small kid, and when he meets these guys, and especially after he has been in America for some years, which was, okay, there he of course learned about jazz and I think things like that, but had been playing jazz before, but when he was in this jazz environment there. But I don't think that he was so much in music while he was in the States. But once he meets these fellows which all have this classical education, some in music and some in other things, but you know, Middle Europeans, which have this close relationship with music, and definitely this was one of the reasons why they became friends. You know, that it was also the music which did connect them, and I remember when Gerhard Rühm and his wife did visit Iceland, Dieter invited them to come here. But they stayed for some time. The music was the theme, you know, what they were every day. They lived in Dieter's place, and they were driving around to different houses, but music was what they spoke about. And I remember that one of the first days they were here, we did drive around this lake, the big lake Þingvellir, and a couple of hours drive, and they spoke about Brahms the whole time, for 2 hours, only Brahms. So that, and they were really, you know, these are very clever bastards, you know, and they are very to the point once they go there, you know. But I remember I found it interesting, you know. It was not boring. Though my German was not that good, but I still could follow what they were speaking about, and. They even stopped at the farm. They were speaking about something, and a piece by Brahms, and it was on our way back. We went down, and then Dieter said, "Yeah, there is. I know a farmer here. He has a piano. Can you play it for me, you know, Gerhard?" And so we stopped by the farm, and hello, and Dieter, you here? Long time no see. And so yes. Would you be so kind to let my friend play on your piano?
Not use your toilet, but your...
So that was... Well, this was very... You know, it was very good for me to experience all this, because apart from all the jokes and fun, which was always there, it was the seriousness also, you know, don't fool around without having your mind on it. Be serious, you know, what you do, you know. You know, don't spend your day on nothing. You know. It was, and as I said before, that partly this is why I left school, you know, because it was so banal compared to what I could have from these people, for instance, you know. And it was so fantastically stupid, you know, art school.
It's the same thing that Dieter had with the philosophy, with the musicians, with the artists, and in his time. So you had the same, possibility.
And I find it funny, you know, when I'm teaching now, I always, you know, this, as I told you, you know, this last course the students made before they get the BA in Fine Arts, you know, and they end this period with me, and the professors, you know, they are paid 3 times what I'm paid because I don't have a diploma, you know.
Dieter had no diploma as well, huh?
Oh yes,
He had as a graphic designer.
Yeah, as a graphic designer, yeah.
Right. And can we say that the new aspect of music, with Selten gehörte Musik, was that the performing part was coming up by the Austrians also, because they had some experience before with Wiener Gruppe, the cabaret, slapstick somehow also, and then Dieter became also kind of an actor on stage, and then he made the movies with Rainer, and there it's really obvious, and he has wonderful humor. He's a kind of a clown or Carl Valentino or something like this.
Dieter was always clowning, you know.
Was always clowning.
But with his serious undertone always. You know.
A tragedy clown, comic.
And you know, it was delightful to spend a day with him because it was fun always. It was always interesting. And sometimes, of course, when he was in a bad mood, you know, then it was really heavily bad, you know. And there was no in between things. It was always, it was very, but most of the time it was fun. And I did always look forward to meet him. You know, that was always, because then something would happen. You know, but as we are speaking about that, it is very, very clear in my mind. I'm quite sure while we are speaking about that when he meets the Wiener Gruppe, then things change. You know, he goes into that field, and then he starts to make that, and then after he brings it further on in his way. But this was an opening for him, and they did influence him a lot. That is clear.
How do you do it with your sons? You also collaborate. Now you are
Yes,
not only the son of the father, you are the father of sons as well.
Yeah, it somehow happens, you know. I was trying to keep them away from that, because it is tough business. It is not easy, you know. It is a tricky world to act in, you know, and so I've been really working on that, trying to push them to study and do something else and so on. But with Otto, the older one, it was impossible. He just came in, and but the younger one, Einar, he's partly like helping his brother, helping me, or doing things with me, you know, and but he's staying with one foot outside of this world and one foot in. But now Otto is full in, you know, and I cannot do anything about that. And but this, in a way, was expected, because Otto was a lot with his grandfather when he was a kid, and so in a way, like me, you know, started just as a small, few years old, you know, to fool around with Dieter. And they were doing the most beautiful, impossible things, you know. That was, for instance, when they bought all the Coca-Cola bottles, all the Coca-Cola in Seyðisfjörður, in all stores, and it was, I don't know, it was hundreds of liters. Because then Coca-Cola had this thing that if you were lucky, that inside the cap there was, you could win something, you know. And Otto was, I don't know, 6 or 8 years old. And we were in Seyðisfjörður, and he was telling his grandfather about that, you know, that they could win something. And Dieter was saying, you know, the chances are so small, you know, I think you should forget about this winning. And Otto was not really for that, and Dieter said, I will prove it for you. That this is, and they bought all the Coca-Cola, you know, it was, and they were sitting the whole day opening Coca-Cola bottles. And no win. No. So there was no Coca-Cola in Seyðisfjörður for 2 or 3 days. So there were, like Otto says in an interview somewhere, you know, that when he was a kid, and after summer holidays, coming to school, and the teacher was asking everybody to tell what they did in the summer. And he was telling what he did with his grandfather in the summer, and everybody said bullshit, you know, the biggest liar in town, you know. But they were all true stories. Buying salami, putting it on the carpet, and drawing circles around the salami, and to make roads for small cars, and Coca-Cola opening, and this and that, you know. They were really bad together, Otto and his grandfather. But I think they never played music together. Not really. They were sewing things. When Otto was 2 years old, he got for his birthday from somebody else or somebody in the family a toolbox for kids, you know, with plastic imitations of tools. And Dieter saw this and he said, don't do that to kids, you know, buy them shit, you know. So he went with Otto to a hardware store and bought real things. The morning after, our sofa had no legs. Yeah, he was hammering everything and sewing everything into pieces. Dieter always said that the kids younger than 6 are always the best critics. Because after 6 they get spoiled in school.
So your sons criticized him?
My son, especially Otto, the older son, criticized me when I'm making compromises, when we are dealing with museums or galleries, when I'm making compromises. And he says, you know, come on, a grandfather would never do that. You know? And that's good, you know, that's good to hear that, you know, that he reminds me constantly, you know, that is. Keep up the fight.
So then when we go back to the history of Dieter Roth and music, after these experiences with the Vienna group and the concerts, he started to use music more as part of his visual art
Yes, that is,
the bigger objects coming on with many cassettes in it, and the assemblage with the recordings.
Yeah, this was, you know, first I never understood really, you know, why or what, you know, when we were making, let's say, a big painting, and suddenly he arrived with a tape recorder and started to glue it in, and he himself said once, when he was asked this question, you know, why the music in the paintings, he said that to occupy the onlookers so they don't see how bad painter I am if you disturb them with music while they're looking. But I think that is a practical joke. And but I think that is again a sign on how music was important to him, you know, though it is this in a way strange music which are in these paintings. But you know, actually he always dropped down the music street. Somehow he always went off track, and somehow, for instance, when we were installing an exhibition in the Kunstmuseum in Lucerne once, in the 80s, sometime early 80s, I think. And we were trying to finish in time and working longer. The staff was gone, only a housekeeper there or something was there waiting for us to leave when we were working into the night, and there was a piece missing, and we went down to in the cellar where there was the storage. I never understood why museum have the storage in the cellar. You know, when there's a water accident, it always goes into the lager. But so the warden opened for us down there, and we went into the storage room, trying to look for this work. And then there was a piano there, and Dieter said, "Okay, we'll continue with the exhibition tomorrow. Let's play some music. Look at this piano." And then he said, "Hey, Björn, go upstairs and there's a bottle of vodka in my case, and bring the violin." We had a violin. It was supposed to be in some of the works. So I went up and brought the vodka and violin, and so he was playing the piano and I was playing the violin, and we were drinking in the storeroom, and that is the Keller duo. And which then transformed from, and then we made, and then it was supposed to be a multiple, a portable bar, like a suitcase with drinks and a tape recorder, so you could walk around museums, and if you find an instrument, you can open the bar and put a recorder on, and but this thing did not sell. You know, nobody wanted this, so it slowly then it was glued on a bigger thing, and then that was glued on a bigger thing, and now we have this huge piece which is in the foundation in Hamburg, which is Keller duo. But I started all in the Keller of the museum in Lucerne. So it was so he was very fast to fall into the music. You know, we were doing completely different thing, but then certainly we were there in the cellar, and the guy, the housekeeper, he was bored to hell. He had to wait for us and then we continued until midnight. Until the vodka was finished. So that is.
It was in the time with Jean-Christophe Armand.
Yeah, I think so.
And how important is it to really have the chance, as a visitor in the museum, to take a tape and to do it in the recorder or in the player and to hear it? So normally today it's not possible. But what do you think? What is lost in?
Yeah, the bad thing is because then the piece, after it was, after it did grow, the color duo, it has now pianos and organ and different little instruments and bigger instruments and so on, and recording system and everything. But by conversation, by conserve reasons, guests, which was the idea with the piece, that guests should make their own music on that piece. And this is the problem I have with so many works which are owned by others than us, that their purpose is not allowed, And now it is just like a painting. But I think I found a way around that, because we're going to, for the next Reykjavik Art Festival, we are going to borrow this piece, and I will make an extension to it, or a new one beside it, with piano and recording equipments, and then the guests can make their own music. And so that is the only way, I'm allowed to imitate the piece, because I'm anyway co-author of that. But since it's owned by somebody else, I cannot allow people to fool around with it. Of course, I can say, you're not allowed to exhibit it in public, except that you exhibit it in the right way. But that is, But so I will try this, and this is what we will do next spring. Because it is such a pity, because this piece is supposed to be played on.
So that's important for Zug as well.
Yeah, I think that is a very important piece.
Should find a similar
You can't
solution.
make an exhibition about Dieter Roth and music, and then nobody is allowed to do anything, right?
Yeah.
And it's quiet.
And also the records only behind glass.
No, that is very important, that somebody that the audience can do something. Yeah, and that has always been and this was so important to Dieter with so many later exhibitions he made, that the people could come and do something and have fun. This would be an important thing for us to do. And there are different ways to do that. We will find the way how to tackle that. The best way is to have paint and instruments and glue, and then something happens out of,
And a lot of children.
But other ways, of course, when you play a tape 100 times, for example, then it becomes more and more.
Yeah. Now the music of Color Duo is digitalized, and it is in a separate equipment,
Okay. I mean, only from the point of view of Dieter Roth, did he reflect about this, that that is something that is not
He
for
was
the
absolutely,
eternity. That
no,
is the,
he was this number and this number, you know, and this, you know, what was the idea, what was the plan? There are a lot of numbering as lists which nobody understands. But it's clearly a very accurate plan, you know.
does also quantity play a role? I mean, with these large musical pieces or large assemblage and so on, so it's also an aspect that he's interested in, not only quality but also quantity.
Yeah, that is you know, that is clear with so many of his work that he fell easily for quantity, you know, and for instance, like the Tibidabo piece, you know, with the dog barking. But then he says, okay, then I make 1,000 drawings of myself as a dog. 1,000 drawings, you know, yes, 1,000 drawings. And then he made 1,000 drawings. You know, this is, and all the houses of Reykjavik, you know, not example or streets, but every single construction, every small house, every garage, everything, complete. So this quantity is quality thing, you know, it was very, in a way, he had it a lot in mind, you know, that though he would make one line and it would look beautiful, you know. Mm-hmm. But quantity, you know, this is, you know, I went through many narrow holes with him, you know, making all this quantity of things, you know. 1,000 this, 1,000 that, and you know, it was sometimes, you know, quite like, for example, for the restaurant Exil, they asked him to make an invitation card, a design for an invitation card for the restaurant. So Dieter, of course, said, we made it originals, how many do you need? And we were spending fucking 2 months of making invitation cards for this.
I will do whatever the assistant.
Yeah, we're sitting there, you know, and you know, 6 hours a day. Yeah, for a whole month at least. And now, and then they, of course, did not give them, you know, because they were originals, they were too rare.
They said.
He liked to work like this, doing over a longer period, the same thing, repetition of to do.
You know, he had this amazing, what's called, not tolerance, but discipline, patience. He could sit there hours and hours and hours and hours, days and days and days, just to reach the task. Unbelievable.
And he still had fun to do that, or was it not too boring, or was it a fight for him to reach the goal?
Once he was signing prints by Rainer Pretzel in Berlin for the Rainer Verlag. There was something like some hundreds, the edition. And he was signing it, and So Aggi, the wife of Rainer, was marking one of 300, 200 or 300 and so on. And Rainer was moving the paper over to Dieter, and he was signing Dieter Roth in the year, and I was taking it and stacking it up. And Bernd Kopeling, the painter, came for a visit, and he said, "Good gracious, Dieter, signing all this." I think it was maybe edition of 1000 or something. It's a really big edition. And Dieter said, "What do you mean, yes, maybe Dieter Roth is easier, but Bernd Kopeling, to sign all that." And then Dieter signed Bernd Kopeling, and Bernd Kopeling, and Bernd Kopeling, no, it's easy. and Luciano Frohoff, which is the boss of Möbeltransport in Basel, he is a collector of prints and posters. And he's looking for these prints where Dieter signed Bernd Kopeling. It is now a collector's items, to find them. So that is. I think he was not especially eager. He said it is too much an effort often. Are we really going to do that? It is so much effort. So he, the bigger exhibitions we made, and he was saying, Björn, you have to really, because I'm getting so tired of these big projects, but I rely on you. It is so much effort. Once we start, there is no way out. So he was, he had no special fun in that, but he did it, It was his job. I think it's more like that.
But we learned that when he was doing prints in the earlier time, that he liked to, during the production, to change things,
Yes.
and
Yeah.
because then it keeps interesting, and it's kind of originals in a series.
En það alltaf leið, þú getur gert hvað sem þú vilt hérna.
Já, ég var á ná í gæra, ég var á Skype-fundi í 2 klukkutíma með Ítró.
Já, ok.
Segði frá þetta, það komið alls konar vesen.
Já, það.
Ég greiti mest á Ítró.
Já.
Og þegar ég fyrir peningum því að
Er það?
Já, það.
Ok.
Þeir eru fannig að svitna hana. Eins og þú var eiginlega að vita það, ekki?
Yeah, he's bringing in the news that they're already starting sweating in Milano, for the big project they asked for. They did ask for that exhibition. We did not demand that they would do it, And now they realize they did ask for something which they are getting cold feet about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Cold feet, huh? Did you?
Við tölum við þetta eftir, ég sagði að við myndum senda flórplanið á annað í kvöldi á morgun.
Já, við gerum það.
Og við þurfum að ég þarf að redda lyftara leifum og rafsuðu leifi. Og þetta sýnt fram á að við höfum
Já, ok.
Það voru að tala við Gumma, sem er skólastjórinn í Eiðskólanum. Það er ekki falsað fyrir mig Veist ekki að?
Otto is now doing my job. He's dealing with them, the job I did for Dieter. He's dealing with the Italians,
Við tölum bara í kvöld,
Já, gerum það.
Það see you guys later.
Yeah.
And this is typical, they want a big, beautiful exhibition. And then when it's coming to realizing it, you know, the money is not enough, this is not enough, and they're all.
And when should it be, the exhibition?
Opening 6th of November. And it's such a huge place that, you know, and they wanted us to fill that, you know, and it's a mega undertaking to fill that fucking hangar, you know, with something which makes sense as an exhibition. Yeah.
It's a very big space.
It is, yeah, it is unbelievably big.
You need all edition of Solo-Szene.
Yeah, we already have a plan how we could make an exhibition which actually would work there, and because it is so big project, you know, it is, and it's just terribly expensive and a lot of work, you know.
Yeah.
But is.
Talking about quantity, the Tibitabo piece, you there took a lot of photos, I think.
Yes.
1,000 or more.
Maybe 3,000 photos of dogs.
But this was also a big family project.
Yeah, that was in a way, the first project of that kind which I worked on with my father. It was 1977, and it was a heat wave in northern Spain, and me and my brother, we had to stay there for 24 hours in this dog thing, and it was so hot, and it was so stinky, and it was so loud, and it was so miserable. It was the most miserable place I have ever been in. You know, it was terrible, and the dogs were dying. You know, in the morning there was a big heap of straw sacks with dead dogs in. Maybe, you know, each day maybe something like 50 dogs died there. There were thousands of dogs in that place. So every evening, the dog hunters of the city came with a truckload of dogs, and in the morning a truckload of dead dogs were. And average lifetime of the dogs there was something like a couple of weeks. Just a miserable thing. And they had, it was on the hill, and there were 4 platforms. And on the first one, when they came in, they went there, and the more sick they got, they moved up. And in the end, you know, it was the sick department, and there were just dying dogs on one level. Strange how many dogs they found on, at least in that time, on Barcelona. Endless. In China, they would not have this problem because they would eat them all. When I was in China, we had a conference of the Dieter Roth Academy in Xiamen in China a few years ago, and we ate worms and dogs and rats and all kinds of delicatessen. and and I saw one dog all the time I was there, which was not cooked, and and that dog was. I just saw him, the corner of my eye. He was hiding, behind a house somewhere, and he wanted to cross the street, and he was really looking around, if it would be safe for him, to get over there. It was funny. We went to the so-called Porcelain City, which is there in the southern mountains of China. Beautiful, beautiful mountains. It was overgrown with forests. It is very strange, these mountains, and they're all run over. And there is a city of something like 4 or 5 million people, and they only make porcelain statues there. There's a special clay in that mountains, and they have all these porcelain factories there, and they're making these Chinese souvenirs, which are then shipped to the Western countries, and they're making it there. Everybody is in the porcelain business. We were in a hotel there, and my daughter at birthday was 12 years old, and I asked them to make dinner for us. We were 40 people together, and there was this birthday, and I wanted to make a feast for Vera, and they said they would cook everything the best they had, and asked them for a birthday cake, and they did not know what cake was because they don't bake cakes, and so I made a drawing of a birthday cake, and did color it, that it should be red or pink with something, and candles. And it was beautiful because they had somehow misunderstood the size, because when they came with the cake in the beginning of the party, it was 1 meter 1 meter wide and this high, and there were 10 Chinese holding it on a big piece of wood, and they did not have any candles there, so they had fireworks like this on the cake, and it was this huge pink monster, and then they had. But they had trained, that was beautiful. It was so heartbreaking. They were singing, they came with the cake. And then we had all this beautiful food, dog ragu, deep fried rats, rainworms, and all these beautiful things. Yeah. And I was a bit curious and asked our guide and translator, to ask the chef, from where the rats come from, where he gets the rats. And he called the chef, and the chef came and said to him, tell the gentleman he should not worry, because the rats eat in the same restaurant as he.
Vorschlag, es regnet nicht, die Sonne scheint, wir könnten schnell alle zusammen das Studio anschauen und dann wieder zurück und dann wären wir auch wieder bei der Musik. Nehmen wir die Kamera mit. Ist das okay?
Also dort, wo das Studio mal war?
Ja, aber das haben wir gesagt, dass wir das machen.
Ja. Okay. Yeah, I'm starting telling stories which have nothing no relation to music.
As I told you, that's okay.
It's far away from here.
What?
Bali.
Bali, the house.
No.
No.
So
let's go have a look.
Yeah.
Then we come back.
Then we will see.
And we go on.
Yeah.
Talk about Bali and music. So.
Okay.
That's okay for me.
Let's go over there, and then you can.
I bring the camera and.
Okay.
wie das jetzt zusammenkommt mit diesen anderen Gesprächen. Das habe ich recht gefreut. Ja, dass sich der schließt. Von beiden Seiten her, oder? Schön.
Ja, ich denke, müsste ich nochmal.
Ja, ist gut gewesen. Ja, ist gut gewesen. Ein bisschen nachhocken.
Sorry, my eyes.
Yes.
I think there is someone.
Ja.
I know it.
So where are we? On a good track. Finished almost.
Almost, I think. Yeah. Almost satisfied.
Almost. What do you have there? What are you drinking?
Vodka.
Vodka, good. Very good.
Mm-hmm.
There is Gianni in the books. Aber wir können, wenn wir...
Das ist es, schau. Jana. Da innen steht es. Siehst du, das sind die. Da vorne schreibt er, eigentlich hätte es wollen. First, he will do the exhibition in the Venice Pavilion with video beams. And then was too much, too expensive. And then he makes with film. That's for me was heisst, ist die Lösung gewesen, um zu sagen, okay, wir können
Solution.
That's was for me the solution to say, okay, we can make a transfer from film to video. Das kommst du von mir.
That was in 82. Then it was quite a new technique. This
these 3 tube beams with the 3 tubes. Was won 25,000 francs. Okay, and Dieter want 20, 30 of this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the quantity. I mean, that's. I think it was an obsession, quite of this.
Yeah, it is a very simple idea of a multivision. You know that to put all this together.
And so that's also the reason why, I mean, it's amazing the work of him, of the fine arts, all the books he done, the music. In this life, he was 66 when he died. 63 when he died.
No, 68.
68, sorry, yeah, 68.
Born 1930, died born 1930 and died in 1998. 68.
Yeah, 68.
No, 68.
And we need such a lot of person to traveling about his work from one person in only 68 years, and because it was so complex, amazing, many works and different things. One person only made all this.
You know, that is apart from his intelligence, he had this crazy drive. Of course, later on he was sick, but this enormous drive, you know, on and on and on and on and on, you know, and of course a big part of it was that he slept so little, you know.
It was the question of the training.
Yeah. He slept maybe for 3 hours. And then he slept in between, always for 5 minutes, like an animal, you know. Always when he sat down somewhere, he maybe had a 5 minute nap.
Power nap.
Yeah, several of that during the day. But it happened sometimes that he slept 6 hours straight, and then he was like a happy child, you know. I slept for 6 hours, you know, in one go. But that happens seldom. But this drive, you know, constantly doing something, non-stop. You know.
No rest.
No, he never sat, you know, except in you know, when he was sick, you know, then he had no power anymore. As you can see in the solo scene that he is finished, you know. But before that, the last 2 years, you know, this was constantly on and on and on, always doing something. Sometimes it was a little bit. He never sat down, and you know, if he sat down, he always took a piece of paper or something. You know, he was always doing something. You know, yeah. It was interesting.
Except when he was listening music, you told us in the beginning.
Yeah, that was.
That was. Yeah. I mean, that was a moment when he.
And that is the reason why he got so worried, you know, that he did not do anything when he was listening to music.
He was active in another kind of,
It was interesting, you know, that, you know, very typical of him. When I was 12 years old, then he told me, "You're old enough to drive." So I won't, because we are always making these trips around here in Iceland. And now I want to enjoy the landscape when you drive. So I was driving since I was 12. I was his chauffeur, and he was sitting there long before I got a driving license. And of course it was nice, you know.
And later you made the record Autofahrt.
Yeah, right.
Was this planned, this Autofahrt, in this way?
We were going to town shopping. We made a shopping list, and then it was just like this, that he came into the car and with a tape recorder, and I was, and I just put it there in the seat beside us in the Land Rover, old Land Rover. There were 3 seats in the front. I just put it there, and when we came back, you know, he looked, yeah, it's just enough material for a record. He did not tell me about what the fuck he was doing, you know.
But one way you were the driver and one way he was the driver.
Yes, yeah. And that is what, you know, this was, I was starting to think, you know, he's doing something here, you know. When he wanted to drive back, because normally he didn't have a drive and we were together, you know, and then he started to speak about the album. He was, and of course, you know, he always spoke like this. Would you mind if we would change this into a LP? What we are recording here, or will you be so kind to allow me to make an LP of this recording?
Immediately, and otherwise he had the projects like the harmonica course, like the piano course, or something else. When he had an idea to do a project for half a year, for example. So there are all the time 2 kinds of projects in the music, or not only in music, in diaries and in writing and everything, in a long way or in an immediately way. Then
Yeah. They were,
and he made it parallel, both together.
Yeah. Yes.
But during this Autofahrt, did he behave a little bit strange, or I mean, or turn on the radio? So really
it
making
was just,
a kind of acoustical atmosphere or something?
It was just he put the tape recorder there.
Yeah, it was really real life.
Yeah. Yeah, then he probably him turned on the radio also, you know. And it took some time before he told me what the fuck he was doing, you know. But the strange thing about this record is that it is sold out. And because it is the most miserable thing to listen to, you know, it is Nix. And this was our hit. Yeah.
Minimalistic music.
But this brings me to another question. It's a good example because when you are so close, it was your father and it was an artist collaboration at the same time. So how was that for you personally, to this change of, or this double of a personality and the important part of the family, and the other on the other side? Could you separate this, or was it the same, or was it changing?
No, it was just it was the same. It was just my life, you know, and it was no difference, you know, it was just that. And, you know, people have been asking me, wasn't it difficult to have such a strong father and blah, 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 and this and that. And it was just great, easy. Of course, with its ups and downs, and you know, like, you know, his depressions and you know, sometimes he was really sick. He could not sit or stand or do anything. He just walked back and forth and screamed and cried, you know, when he had these fits, and he could not do anything about that. And so he had this system. He learned it when he felt it coming. He locked himself inside. He didn't want to meet anybody, and just had locked himself in like an animal in a cage for some days while it was going over, you know. And so there were all kinds of these things in between, but in general it was beautifully easy, everything. And the basic rule was, if we do what comes to our mind, we can always make our living on that. You know, you have to trust that, you know. That just do what comes to your mind, do what you want, and sell anytime. You know, this was of course, he did prove for me that this was possible, that you could just do what you want if you trust enough in yourself or in your abilities and talents. And this is in a way a marvelous thing to have, because I don't worry at all for myself, for my future or whatever. I only worry about the future of other people, you know, that is, if I worry about something. And the main thing is just to do your job, work. Don't get lazy, you know. Paint, do, you know, and then it comes. And of course, which he of course said, you know, like this with the restaurants, you know, choose a restaurant in a city you're going to visit often, you know, and make it as a safe house. And that is also, you know, meet the right people, contact the right people, which is because without the right people you don't get further. And then stick to yourself, and don't make too many friends of people which are not useful, let's say, or something. Not with this thought, but automatically, if you choose the right friends, you know, that will help you through. So there are these tricks of surviving, and to do what you want to do. And so in that case, I am very lucky. I am one of the lucky ones, you know, that actually I was brought up like that, and I have these opportunities, and also to learn that, you know, for me, you know, money is not the question. It is that I know that I can always survive. And even, you know, I would, but it's just a question of my family, you know, but for myself, I could easily stand at Barfisiplatz in Basel with my hat and guitar, you know, that would, and have my 100 francs a day, and that would be fine, you know. And once you have that feeling, you know, that is in a way a big comfort.
Makes you independent.
Yeah. Yeah. This is what I learned from Dieter, except that we have this burden, that we have families, and we have to. And there is another thing that Dieter said, you know, you cannot take me as an example, because I have spoiled myself. By this, of just doing what he wants. But on the other hand, that I could add to that he spoiled others also, that they started to rely on him, that he would make their living. And I felt that very clearly when he died. You know, the bills he was paying every month for I don't know what and how many people, you know. It was unbelievable, his running costs for others. And it took me years to adjust that, you know. You know, people are calling, where's the money? You know? Yeah. The monthly payment did not come, you know. It was unbelievable how many was on his payroll, you know.
But coming back to my question is, what I thought about, normally you have a person and this person is working as an artist and making pieces and selling it, or they're making exhibitions. But for Dieter Roth, there is typically that you can't distinguish the person and the artist, and the person is also subject of its art, and art is coming into the everyday life, and so it goes always this, and you can't fix him. You can't say now he is like a performer or like a clown or he is authentic. It's
yeah. This is you know, basically what you're speaking about is, I know it, I can tell you about myself because I don't know what the fuck is going on anyway. I just try to wake up in the morning and do something, you know. And there is no general plan, except that I thought I should make a general plan. I want to retire when I'm 70. Then I will go to Barfusseplatz and play my guitar, you know? Or something, you know. But this is that. There is no general concept. There is no what I'm painting and so on. It is nothing. That is just that I just start and somehow something happens, you know. And I never plan anything. It's just I know from Dieter that just wake up in the morning and start doing something. And then this automatically becomes so big part of your personality or whatever, you know. It is, I don't even know, you know, when people ask me, which kind of artist are you, what do you do? And I have no fucking idea what the fuck I do, you know. Yeah. And you have it style, are you a painter, or I don't know, yes. And imagine if one would ask Dieter, you know, which kind of art do you do? You know, he would glare at you, and maybe if you would ask him this question, maybe for the first time in his life he would not have words for an answer. He said once to me, you know, Björn, don't argue with yourself. Except you're sure that you're right. And I was thinking, you know, and I was thinking the whole day about this, you know, what did this mean? but don't argue with yourself. Don't try to,
So Dieter was for you always a person, also the father and the artist at the same.
Yeah.
Once
Yeah.
you can't separate.
Oh.
But this reflection,
The only thing which you could separate maybe is that when you had problems, he was the guy to speak to. He never blinked an eye, you know, whatever shit you made. When I was 13 or 14, he was away, he was in Hamburg. I took his car, went for a drive and driving and drinking with friends, and ruined the car. And the car was kaput, his brand new Land Rover. And my mother was saying, you have to call your father and tell him about this. Well, you did. Okay, and in that time, the international calls, you had to call the operator, and and it was quite a process to get an international call through, and 2 or 3 days after this accident, you know, I called him, and he said, "Don't worry, Björn. Teenagers do that. They steal their parents' cars and smash them. You know? That's normal." And he was very worried that I was feeling so bad about it, you know. But he was not surprised, of course, you know.
So he told you to not argue too much with yourself, but I got the impression in his diaries and also in other ones.
He's arguing with himself all the time, you know. But that is his misery, you know. He doesn't want others to go into that field, you know. Somehow.
Yes, but it's part of his work also.
Ah, yeah. One could say that, yes.
Then it's the difference between artist and the father.
Yeah. Yeah. So there we see the difference, you know. So he is saying, don't go, you know, this is too difficult street, you know, take the other one, you know.
and this reflection about life as an artist, is this also the reason why you find in his library, for example in Hetnar, you find a lot of biographies about artists? So is he also interested in other?
Yeah, and I think he was heavily in biographies and collected letters of people and so on and so on. I think there are two things that the biographies often are closer to the truth, what happened. You know, he was so skeptical of historians, and he wanted to have he was looking for the first voice always, you know, which, and then he could understand the history, you know, find out by himself, you know, and then also I think he wanted to know how in hell others did survive this life, you know. What was their trick to get through all this, you know. And yeah, he was this was quite much in his mind, you know, how do people do this? What is the trick with others, you know? How do they survive? How do they get through? What is their technique, you know, from Monday to Friday, you know, what?
And for him, art was a trick to survive?
Possibly. Yeah. Maybe the only way for him, he could not work for others. Of course, he did a lot for others and did work for others, but he could not, you know, he would, you know, like, for instance, for instance, he was speaking about that when I came to work with him in Stuttgart in the late 70s. And he said, yeah, okay, you know, this is shit life, I cannot offer you anything or whatever, if it is just, you know, it is not anything special, it is just hard work. But we don't need to be in the office at 8 o'clock in the morning and work until 5. And that's a good part. And I said, hey, come on, Dad, you know, you wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning and you work until midnight.
Was he also identifying himself with other artists?
Excuse me?
Was he also identifying himself with other artists? I mean, when he read biographies about Mozart or so on, was he really?
I know that he got sick when Kiefer sold a painting for $1 million. Then he got envious, you know. You know, this ugly big piece, you know, and we have this beautiful thing which only cost 100,000.
Each artist.
That's typical
That's
artists.
typical artists,
So-
not
It's
only
very human.
That's more jealousy, I think.
Yeah.
And I really mean more, really a personal, yeah.
So let's say,
Identification
say-
with another
yeah.
artist.
Let's say it this way, that's why this diary reading and so on and everything, that he was searching, you know, all the time, and he was very interested in other people's techniques and life, you know, and I don't know if he was comparing himself to that. I think it was mainly, you know, how can they do it with a smile on the face day after day after day after day, you know? Year after year, decade after decade, you know. We're still running around smiling like nothing happened or nothing is wrong. So basically it is all wrong, but everybody pretends that everything is okay. And I think one should, you know, it is something when a sensitive boy sees people bombed into pieces, you know, this leaves marks on your soul. It is, you know, for instance, the story, you know, my grandmother, she went through 2 world wars. In the First World War, her father was killed and her two brothers. So all the male department of the family was killed. And then the Second World War, just a few years after, again. and her husband disappears. She starts the journey to Switzerland, is raped on the way again and again, and all that. And at last she was with her little Wolfgang, which was then 2 years old, I think. She makes it through to Switzerland, and the story from Hanover when the Allies were bombing with some kind of napalm, because they found out that the German bunkers and cellars were that safe that when they had only these exploding bombs which exploded the buildings and the people were down there. So they started to put the cities on fire. And then the oxygen, and the fire sucked the oxygen out of the cellars, so they had to come out, and the whole city was burning. And like in Hanover, they went down to the river because everything was burning. And then the fighter planes came and shot the people when they were in the river. And, to go through this leaves marks on you, It was serious mass killing. Okay, Hitler and all that shit, but still, And this leaves a small boy with shit in his trousers and not trusting anybody, ever. Don't use plastic cards. Keep your money in your pocket. Only travel with cash. And things like that. Be ready to run. Have ready different stations in different countries to escape to. Things like that.
To survive.
Yeah. And eat potatoes. That is very interesting that all these war childs I know from Germany, they're all hooked on potatoes, because this was the only food they ate, potatoes. And that was the favorite dish of Dieter was potato soup with rusty nails in. Because that is, everybody in Hanover had on their balconies a can with nails and screws and stuff, and they put water in if it was not raining, and it got rusty, and this was put in the soup. It was real nail soups, and to get the iron. So there were information from the health department what they should, but how they could get the best out of everything, because it was no food around. Things like this, and then it is a question, how much influence it has in his art itself. That is a question which I cannot answer and I cannot analyze. But basically, he was always on the run.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He wrote in his Lebenslauf. Lebenslauf is a run, is running, like in sports.
Yeah.
Right? And when your parents make you, they put you into this situation. You have to run.
Yeah.
Always.
So, speaking about myself, I have had the most lovely life possibly that one can expect. And you too, you folks.
No war.
Yeah.
We didn't have.
Yeah.
Our generation is that.
But then it's a question if it makes us lazy as an artist, just painting a little bit, demanding too much. I don't know. Difficult to say.
You mustn't fight for nothing. There's everything in him.
Yeah, when you say that, Dieter said, when I was saying, you are doing everything for us. We were discussing family business. He said, it is very clear, there's no need that you go through the same shit as I went. If I went through this shit and is asking you to do the same, why did it go through that shit then? But it depends on which kind of shit it is. Big shit is not so nice, but horse shit is okay. Yeah, but what Dieter was saying, that there's everybody says that everybody has to go through some shit, but he's saying no. We should not need to generation after generation go through the same fucking shit, come on. And the Swiss are the only ones who actually have recognized that one does not have to go always through the same shit to grow up.
Coming back to the music, going through the shit, it's a good question. We spoke about he loved music and it was important and he played instruments and so on. But on the other side, he used instruments in his assemblages and he put chocolate over it and glued it or even destroyed instruments. How do you explain this?
Yeah, I can easily explain that. Because instruments, they have this beautiful form. If you look at a violin, it is, let's say that you don't know that it is an instrument, but it has this beautiful shape. And the easiest way to make a big painting is just to glue instruments on the canvas, and you have the most beautiful thing. Trombones and violins and stuff. It is absolutely beautiful. It's so there are so mega beautiful forms. And then, of course, that it is related to music is also an extra bonus to make it richer. But, instruments are so fucking beautiful looking. And if you would then ask an artist to make a drawing of something which would be as beautiful as a violin or a English horn or something, most artists would be in deep problem to be able to do these forms. Instruments are like for us men, like women. These forms.
Was it ever an idea to build instruments, new instruments, as for example Tompkins did with this little xylophone?
Dieter actually did make beautiful works which were like the wind harp. Have you heard about that?
Mm-hmm.
No. And it was built for him an instrument which got lost, with Hermann Nitsch did lose. So he got a beautiful, huge instrument which was made out of foghorns, which was like a trombone, but with something like 5 different sizes of foghorns. And it was the loudest tube you could, a beautiful foghorn thing. And back in the late 60s and late 50s and early 60s, he made some instrument pieces.
Mm. Also with students, I think.
Yeah.
He let them do.
Yeah. In the US. Mm.
But then he destroyed it also, like real instruments.
No, destroyed it.
Yeah, I mean the piano after concert or in concert, he destroyed the instruments.
There was somebody else who did that. Well, he only did beat up the drum, I think. Yeah. But no, normally he let the instruments alone.
Can you show us the Tompkins instrument you have over there?
Yeah, for the camera.
Yes, would be great.
So, this is the instrument which the Tompkins made, especially for one song. And when I made the record with him, I was recording his piano playing the Buzzet-Torver record. And then he made this instrument here, and this is the only song which is possible to play on that
Thank you.
You're welcome. Isn't this a good end to this?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Also wer hockt das Klavier?
Play one song for us.
One song.
Yeah.
I'm composer, I'm not pianist.
You're a composer, okay, tell me what I should play.
Mozart, Schubert?
Eine Stunde also.
Yeah.
So, now I need to bring something.
Please help yourself. There is possibly wine in there. There is possibly beer. I don't know, but there's schnapps. Have a whiskey. Have a whiskey.
But would be great to have this instrument in Zug, if it's possible.
I think it would be nice to move it to the exhibition. I think so. It is.
Because it really fits to this.
Yeah. Because there are photographs of Dieter and the solos and scenes.
Yeah.
Him playing there.
Yeah. And we found photos.
Yeah. And the tape recorder is now down in the studio. Standing on top of the piano.
Okay. A Revox or what?
Yeah. No, the Sony.
Ah, the Sony, yeah.
Or Revox, I don't know which one. But
okay.
And I think it makes sense to bring it there. I will check if our friend David is down there in his flat. I will ask him to come and play for us one song. Yes?
Okay, great.
Okay.
If he's there.
Then I have some.
Also sehr gut finden, hast du gesehen, dass die Etiketten haben? Ja. Das habe ich noch nie gesehen. Das ist recht gut.
Tief und schwarze Furchen und Löcher, Cyclo,
Ja,
Teile.
das muss ja hier
Hast du eine Frau mit 50?
Ja, sind
Porös, Porös.
Was ist eine Frau mit 50? Und wie lange?
Fehlertabelle.
Pass auf.
Vertiefung, Kratzen, Furchen, Löcher, Pickel, Beine, fleckig, porös, Narben verbeugt, wellig, Nickelfehler. Das letzte könnte... Super. Das wäre natürlich auch ein schönes Objekt. Und weißt du, wo alle anderen immer die goldigen und die platinigen Blatter ausstellen, wäre das also alles ist. Cool.
Sind die beide?
Nein, wir sind einseitig.
Nein.
Ja. Und was ist es?
Alle Frauen, gell? Einseitig, nicht vielseitig.
Das hast du gesagt.
Ja, das ist aus Blickwinkel.
Er sagt das. Richtige Frauenplatte.
Ja, sobald sie mehr als 2 Männer rundum hat, muss sie sich
Wird rückmütig. Wird rückmütig.
Und ich habe wechseln die Vorderseite und Schimmel direkt sein.
Das ist immer viel. Aber
Ja. Schein und so.
Ja. Das könntest du theoretisch jetzt ausmachen.
Aber es ist negativ.
Das wäre bei mir, also gut, wie
Ja, das
tönt
will ich
es
aber-
negativ?
will mich
Es
wundern,
wäre
was
interessant,
passiert.
was negativ tönt.
Nadelwinkel.
Ja, zuerst mal, wenn du ein bisschen stabilere hättest, könntest du es auch los, aber wie tönt ein negativer?
Es kommt wieder aufs Gleiche raus. Das ist Druckblock.
Ja, vielleicht.
Das ist, an und für sich ist das ein Klischee. Bei der Druckerei wäre das ein Klischee.
Ja, nein, aber weißt du, das, was ja nachher dann vertieft ist, ist jetzt verdönt und nachher gleich nicht tiefer. Also meinst du, sie einfach eins
Ja, aber es geht ja im
Würde es
Chor.
nicht einfach Pause spielen?
Nein, es wird am Anfang nicht reingehen. Am Anfang würde es nicht reingehen.
Ja, es ist
Weil es
ein
wird
Helfen,
ein-
oder?
Genau.
Das sowieso.
Wenn wir reinlassen.
Aber ich glaube, ich habe
Das
irgendwo...
ist echt laden.
Machst du kaputt?
Aber wenn
Nicht
man
sicher
so
warum, überleg schnell.
ganz anderes Material.
Ja, das stimmt.
Also das finde ich hardcore. Also wie das Bild hast du auch schwarze Jungfrau, nur willst du ja nicht unbedingt mit den Haaren verkaufen.
Das ist der härter als noch.
Das ist
Metall.
Das Metall macht Nadeln kaputt und der andere macht Nadeln.
Man findet sicher so je nach Härte dann halt von der Nadel, von der Klasse.
Aber der Einlose wäre schon grösser. Das war ein Sachsen-Nadel, aber könnte ich riskieren, nicht da.
Ja, klar. Das
Das ist eine bestimmte.
Haben wir noch nie mit dieser Frage beschäftigt, was ist passiert? Eigentlich ist ja jedes Ereignis, das stattfindet, ist ja eigentlich gibt einen Impuls, der dann nachher auf den Lautsprecher übertragen wird. Und der ist aber quasi, also wenn du ein Högerli hast, gibt es einen Impuls und es ist ja das umgekehrt, das hast du eine Vertiefung. Da gibt es einen negativen Impuls.
Je nachdem, wie hoch das natürlich gibt es einen anderen Impuls und einen anderen Ton.
Ich denke, bei einer CD würde das funktionieren. Das ist einfach die Information digitalisiert, das sind einfach alle Nulls und Eins.
Aber wäre denn nicht wirklich die Pause am weitesten? Du meinst, das wird umgekehrt?
Ja, müsste schon was sein.
Ja, das ist ja dann gut, ja.
Du tust ja nicht eine Pause, du tust eine Welle. Das ist eine Welle. Das ist ja nicht. Also Pause, schon auch. Es kann schon sein, dass es den Tag ausmacht, aber das ist ja eigentlich. Das ist ja in den Wellen innen eigentlich. Das ist ja.
Also unterschiedlich tief ist die Rinne, oder?
Hast du ganz.
Genau. Und dann vibriert es so, dass die Vibration überträgt sich.
Hast du das?
Damit ich gegossen werden.
Pause ist eine Nullinformation, wo wieder bleibt. Stimmt, bei der Pause bewegt er sich einfach nicht. Dann bewegt er sich auch nicht.
Du hast so einen Standteil.
Ja, dann bleibt es einfach konstant. Sonst ist es so vibrieren. Es ist Vibration. Es ist eigentlich schlussendlich ist es Vibration. Genau.
Also wenn ich
Wir könnten ja schon mal aufklappen, dass man auch
dann würde ich dann schon für dich ein Geburtstagsgeschenk
Das ist ja so schön,
spielen, aber ich kann ja gar nicht. Aber Dieter Roth auch synchronisiert.
die Kamera ist schon.
Also zwei Stimmen. Du machst Happy Birthday.
Singen wir mal, oder?
Ja, ja.
Singen, spielen. Das Gleiche.
This is David, our neighbor and friend.
Welcome to the neighborhood.
And always when I want to listen to music, I ask him to come and play some.
Do you need piano sonata?
Yeah. We have everything prepared, so.
I heard you have something.
Yeah.
Do you want a sonata? A Dieter style sonata? It is. Have you heard the sonata?
Dieter style.
Radio sonata. But it has to go on. I think we should sometime in the future do 12-hour radio sonata because it was only a 1 hour. If we do the 12-hour version, it's going to be longer. What should I play for you? Yes, I play this. hold the Kunst.
Hold the Kunst.
This was to hold the Kunst.
Ah, the Kunst.
Dieter style. I do like transcription, Dieter style. I imagine how Dieter Roth would have heard it in his mind. Sometimes I'm lucky enough to come to visit Björn and have coffee and talk for hours and maybe sit down and play, and then he plays for me too. It is very beautiful.
What about small Käsebrot?
Have you heard the song Käsebrot?
Käsebrot.
Käsebrot. Yes, it's a good song. It's very difficult to play Dieter style for 1 hour. It's not almost impossible. So are you all musicians? No. Some of you, right?
There's one composer in the
You're a composer, yeah. You know all this music.
So thank you, David. This was.
Sorry about the interruption.
No, thank you.
Maybe we should play four-handed.
Yeah.
Let's play together.
I'm not gonna play.
Are you sure?
I will play with you.
Yeah, we play together, me and Chris. It's always great. Er ekki bara þessi Bjössi? Á ekki vera bara þessi? Ég að þessu. It's much better for the sound.
Nei, ég bara fylgir þér.
Okay, we do...
Þú bara spilar og ég reyna að geta að gera eitthvað.
Já, gera þannig. Þá byrjuðu þeirna, tökum hérna... Já, tökum hérna. Og... pattern in A minor. It's great to play on this horse here. It's even better to play.
Yeah, the horse is good, isn't it?
Can you do the pedal, Bishop?
I will do the pedal.
Yeah, and I nick my head when you shift the pedal.
Okay.
You always keep it down, and then you switch down. Yes. Great to meet you guys. Sorry, are you staying here for long?
No, leaving tomorrow.
Leaving tomorrow.
Leaving tomorrow. We will leave on the 2nd of July.
You're from Basel?
From Lucerne.
Good to meet you. I'm Dan.
Michel.
Michel.
Nice to meet you, David. Thanks. And probably will.
I'll see you later.
Yeah, we'll see you later. Probably.
Yeah.
Which
You know,
song have you got on your
oh,
phone?
I walk with the choir.
Oh.
I always have a nice choir.
David, if you like to use the horse for your next concert, you have it.
The horse is great. Fantastic. I love the horse. Ja, spela varmt.
Ja, det var upprättning.
Það rúkar eitthvað vel. Það er líka að setjast på þversum á.
Já, það er
Valkurenritt. Det er valkurenritt.
Yes.
upp og niður.
How is this again? Do you remember this?
Elkönig.
How is this? Yeah. How's the intro? I should make a horse medley. This is great to have the horse. It's almost impossible to play. Yeah, it's impossible to play. Hit that stuff. Yeah, I'm gonna leave you alone now.
With Valkuren.
Valkuren.
Away.
Tannhausen.
Valkuren.
Thank you.
Who's next?
Arvin, kannst du auch noch etwas aufführen? Das macht nichts. Das ist noch lange kein Konzert.
That's great.